But after the long calm, there are now the beginnings of a stir. The reunion at hand may bring joy. It may bring fear. But let us embrace whatever it brings. For they are coming back. At last, the promise has been made.
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of the Choco-Bros, featuring yours truly, Espy Choco-Bro Cat, full government name. I am joined by one other member of the official Choco-Bros, my good buddy Iron Aggro. How are you, my friend?
Swarls would yell at you if you implied that the others were not official members.
I am here with two of these tertiary members of the Choco-Bros, who are in fact Choco-Bros. Swarls, don't come for me. We've got good friend, game reviewer under fire, Orpheus Joshua.
Heyo.
Orpheus Joshua.
He's coming to us from the trenches.
I'm fucking hiding right now.
And we've also got Jonathan AFK.
Yeah. Official Final Fantasy XIV correspondent for the Choco-Bros.
It's true.
That is true.
It's kind of weird that you, buried me so far when I do work for you, so...
Yeah, but, salary, wage gap and all that.
I will be emailing HR about that, so...
HR is me, and I've already got your email, and it's in my spam.
Oh, shit.
Anyway.
I'm gonna email Swarls.
Oh, fuck, I'm worried.
Oh, it's bad.
Today, we will be, in no restrictive manner, talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Slightly restrictive manner.
Fucking asshole. We're not talking
true.
Queen's Blood. We're not talking Queen's
We
Blood.
can talk Queen's Blood up to a certain point, but
So why talk? Why talk?
Okay, I mean, we can talk about the game and,
Yeah.
the tone of it, but I didn't finish the story 'cause
Okay.
I'm an idiot.
We'll leave that out.
We can't talk about the ending.
Yeah. Before we jump into it, just a little bit of housekeeping. I would first like to let OJ and Sean... I mean, you've heard from them before, but, new episode, you might be listening for the first time. So we're going to start with OJ because I like him more. OJ, what do? You write for Noisy Pixel?
Yeah, I'm a reviewer, a news writer, all that stuff.
And you got Rebirth early.
I did.
I'll never forget being in call with you, me, and Espy. And it was just a random day. Mm-hmm. And you suddenly went, I gotta go, guys.
You won't hear from me for a little bit.
You won't hear from me for a while.
That's funny.
And as soon as he left, Aggro and I both went, he just got Rebirth.
Oh, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny.
And Sean, what do you do?
That's fucked up. Why would you do that? Why would you? I could hear you smiling when you asked OJ what he did, because I knew you were setting yourself up for this. I do nothing. Is that what you wanted to hear?
So my question, Sean, how far did you get into the Queen's Blood stuff?
I had to play the robot again.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you one thing that you have not gotten to yet. Just
Okay.
one match. You got to fight a random Shinra guy in Nibelheim. Just a random soldier guy.
No. Actually, I did do that one. I did do
did?
that one.
Okay.
I just didn't. I
Then
didn't do the rank
In
up.
his words, you live in the dream.
Yeah, yeah. The dream is to be unemployed and struggling.
Play Queen's
Yeah.
Blood all the time.
All
Obviously.
I do apparently, according to Espycat, is nothing. So
Hey,
thanks for
man.
that.
I just roll a dice, all right? I don't decide what comes after.
I don't really know why Espy's here, seeing as
racist?
he didn't like the game as much as I did. but
Okay,
that's
all right,
okay.
all right. Painting a picture that's not true. Let me do my housekeeping.
I do
No.
podcasts very regularly. That's what I do.
He does.
I talk about movies and TV shows and books and never video games. So, unfortunately, now I have to.
You're probably better off that way, honestly. Video games suck.
They're hard to talk about, I find.
Yeah. If before we jump into everything, just a little bit more I gotta do. If you want to follow us on Twitter, I think it's at @the-Choco-Bro. I don't know. I'll figure it out. we'll put it in the description. Swirls is better at this part.
It's in the notes.
We have
Don't give me work.
I'll figure it out and just ask you to put it in the description. We've got a
Giving
Twitter.
him work.
We've got a YouTube. I think Twitter is Choco-Bros-Pod. Maybe. Anyway, who cares?
Oh, what an intro.
Yeah, this is not good. We're gonna talk again. This is your final spoiler warning. Almost nothing is safe. We will be talking big revelations. We will be talking side content. We will be talking the ending. You name it. If you don't want to know, leave. Finish the game. It's been over 2 weeks. You should have been done by now. And
That's fucked up.
anything else you guys want to add before we hop in?
I'm excited to do this.
Yeah.
I think all of us were very excited for this game, and I think we're all very excited to finally be able to like really get into it.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Luigi's Pizza. Wasn't expecting much. It's pretty decent. It is. Shout out. Anyway, all right.
This is the part of the podcast where I cut out the audio and go grab a drink because I forgot to get one.
Nice.
Okay. I can't believe you didn't finish Queen's Blood, dude. It's so good.
I know. I'm actually.
It's
You know
so
what
good.
I'm even more mad about, SB? I uninstalled the game yesterday.
Ah!
I was like, I think I'm done with this for now. Like, I'll come back to it in a few
You got
months
the
or
plot so
whatever.
fast.
I didn't get the plat.
I know.
Because I'm just those combat challenges are gonna take me a long time. So I was and that's pretty much what I had left. So
Rebirth is absolutely going to be the same for me. It's going to be like a slow burn.
yeah.
All right.
And then I uninstalled it because I was like, I'll come back to it in a few months because I've pretty much done everything that I want to do right now. And then we sat down here and I went, fuck, I didn't finish Queen's Blood.
All right. We're going to hop back in 3. Come on, let me finish this bite. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, I don't know how Aggro is going to swing it. We had a momentary pause because he had to go grab a drink. But we're gonna start talking about the start of the game. Mainly something that shocked me. First thing you do is play as Zack. I was not expecting it that early. I knew it would happen. But
I called it.
Right off the top, huh?
You all thought I was wrong.
Yeah,
I was right.
I was absolutely wrong. I didn't think they were going to start us off with Zack, and they did. I'm very happy that they did. I think it's like one of the coolest parts of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, you two had a little back and forth on what the start was going to be, huh?
Yeah, I thought that it was going to be I don't know, yeah. I thought it was going to be the demo. And I mean, like, I think that we were both kind of right. Cuz Aggro, I think you were saying that I don't think this was as long as you thought it was going to be. Or you wanted it to be, at least.
Yeah, I had multiple like versions of it, but it could have been a half hour, could have been an hour, could have been 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It was 5 minutes.
So that was kind of our back and forth. Was I didn't really think it was gonna happen.
I had no idea, and I was just there for the ride.
I mean, Aggro and I 6 a.m. the day before because we are crazy and bought it New Zealand copies. Because we're in New Zealand, and so we bought New Zealand copies.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yeah. And so 6 a.m. we launched the game together. We're like, oh shit, like, because it starts the same way the demo started. The cutscene at the beginning of the game is the same as the beginning of the demo, but then it just goes on for longer into the Zack stuff. And so we were like, oh, I guess there isn't anything different at the start. And then it kept going, and we were like, shit.
You just jogged my memory. You guys bought the game in New Zealand to play it early.
Yep.
When I was in the checkout line before we hopped on here, you made a comment about... I made a comment that I spent more money than anybody on the game because I got the collector's edition. And you said, yeah, but that's because you're mentally unstable.
Yeah.
You bought a game in a different country to play it a day early.
SB, have I ever refuted the idea that I'm mentally unstable?
I just think the way that you worded it makes it seem like I am and you're not. Like it came off like as an instead. I
feel like I don't need to say it.
Yeah, but
I feel like we all know.
Yeah, whatever.
I played this game in like 5 days.
And you didn't finish Queen's Blood.
And I didn't finish Queen's Blood, that's true.
I clocked in. It took me just a little over 2 weeks. I think I finished it the Sunday after the 2-week mark.
This is actually can I interrupt your format for a second? Because I think this is I think is a good time to first of all,
format is very rough.
I think we should go down and say how long it took us to beat it, and also probably tell people what we think of the game. Broadly speaking, of course.
Sure. Well, yeah, Sean, you start because you're the one interrupting.
Okay, yeah. It took me, I think, like 5 days, about 70 hours to beat it. That was doing most of the side content. After Gungaga, I stopped doing all of it, but I still did a little bit. So yeah, I beat the game around 70 hours. I then went on, finished out pretty much all the side stuff except for Queen's Blood, and started a hard mode playthrough. I got through the first 2 chapters on hard, 3 chapters on hard, and that I'm now at like 90 something hours. And I guess like just how I feel about it, this is a 10 out of 10 for me. I have some problems with the ending. Which I think is kind of common. I think that we'll talk a lot about when we get to them. But for the most part, I think this game is just like as near to perfect as you can get. So I'm very happy with it.
OJ?
So it took me like 90-ish hours for like to reach the credits, I think, but I did a lot of the side content on the way. And then like to do the rest of like the optional stuff, it took me like around 230 hours.
Yeah, because you already got the plat.
Yeah.
And you were getting the plat with no guides.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of a guide you would really need for anything in this game, though. Like,
no, but I think like learning fight strategies.
Well, yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah, it was.
If you go, how do I beat this fight? There was no answer for him. We can all go, like, hey, how do I beat the hardest boss gauntlet in the game? And hey, the answer is you can cheese it by spamming Brumal Form a lot. OJ did not have that.
Aggro?
I beat it over 5 days. 4? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay, then
what about Wednesday? What about Wednesday?
Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, that's right. That's why I was getting confused. I forgot it came out on Thursday in America. That's right, Wednesday.
Yeah.
5 days.
But you were on vacation.
Yes.
In New Zealand.
Of course. Got back by Monday morning somehow.
It was a fast plane.
But yeah, I finished for 5 days. I did everything up until I want to say Nibelheim, like roughly Nibelheim. There were a couple side quests and things I didn't do after that point, but I did almost every piece of side content you could before beating the game. And it took me 83 hours, I think. Yeah. And then I have put about 20 hours in after that into post game stuff, but I'm nowhere near completed on that. And also, this is the greatest game ever made.
Classic
it's a miracle.
I will agree with that. I
don't know what else to say.
I do think it's a miracle. I think the fact that this game exists in the state that it is nearly insane that they pulled it off.
I think video games are like that in general. Like,
yeah. But I think this one in particular is like, it's crazy that they were able to do this.
Yeah.
Especially in a pretty short time, 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at it, I'm like, wow, I can't believe, like, I remember where I was when Remake came out, living with my parents in my sister's old room with my PS4 Pro, calling up GameStop and saying, hey, I know it's COVID, but do I still get my pre-order bonus? Because you know that's important. And she was like, yeah. So we got it, and it was actually my first experience with FF7. I'd never played the original. Yeah, I mean, I think I was talking to Aggro about it the other day, but like my like massive love for Final Fantasy has really just been within the past 4 years. Like I played Final Fantasy 13 when it came out on GameFly, but I played FF9, I played FF7 Remake, and I was like, wow, this is pretty good stuff, and then it just exploded from there. But
I guess that's another good thing to clarify really quick, is that I'm also at least that's also how I started, was with Remake. And I'm a Remake enjoyer more. I know what happens in everything else. I've seen playthroughs of everything else, but I've never been able to. OG just hasn't clicked with me for some reason, so I haven't played any of the extra content myself.
Sean, you've seen playthroughs of everything else. Have you watched a playthrough of Before Crisis?
I guess I haven't seen playthroughs
or
of
Dirge
everything
of
else.
Cerberus, the Lost episode?
I guess I haven't seen playthroughs of everything. So,
So Sean, I have a question for you, Sean.
What's up?
Before I ask a question, I want to finish my story. I like Kingdom Hearts. So there's some tertiary like interest in there, like, oh, Cloud looks kind of cool. What's he from? And it kind of builds. The game took me probably 80 hours, maybe like 82, 83. I cleared all the regions as they came up. I was almost at the point where I was like, let me just beat the game and come back. But I was like, no, I'm going to do it right. My question for you, Sean.
Yeah.
Big Final Fantasy fan. How was beating Final Fantasy 1? How was that? That's good, right? You like the ending of Final Fantasy 1? Is it a good game?
I do like the ending of Final Fantasy 1 because after I died to the final boss and didn't want to go through the whole final dungeon again, I went online and I watched the ending of Final Fantasy 1.
So you didn't beat it. Okay.
Yeah. But I did beat Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4.
But not 1. Okay.
Not 1. I haven't gone back.
So anyway,
you beat 2, but you didn't beat 1.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Well, that's okay.
Two is much easier to break.
It is.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Also, I played the Pixel remaster of 2. When I played 1, I played the PSP version on my PlayStation 3.
I didn't know that. That
No
totally
cheats.
changes
Oh, that's
everything.
the
I
CBT one.
didn't-
Okay, yeah.
I
that's
did
fair.
not.
Okay.
I'll support you now.
There was
Yeah.
no speed up, no XP boost. There was no boost of any kind for 1.
All right. I take back my grievances.
Yeah, no, if
towards
I'd
you.
had speed up, I would have ran through that shit real easy.
I
again.
don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. That's why I haven't beaten
right.
it.
I'll let it slide. But yeah, I also think Rebirth was what was I saying? Final Fantasy X is still my favorite,
Me
but
too.
I think Rebirth has to be the best. And then Aggro will disagree with me for having two separate opinions like that. But
I don't
thought
think
it was-
those are separate opinions. I think that's
He
I think
does.
That's I don't know.
Wrong.
I think you can differentiate between favorite and
Aggro
best.
disagrees with that. He says if it's your favorite, it should be the best because why is it your favorite?
I think that's silly.
I agree, but he's my friend.
I would say 10's my favorite. I'd probably agree that this is the best. I think there's some things that 10 does better than this, but
Combat.
for the most part, no. So the two things I'd say I think the ending in 10 is better, and I think that the sphere grid is better than the
Oh yeah.
The
level up system
the
that
folio
this game
system.
had.
Mm.
The sphere grid was running and then
that's-
shot the fucking what do they call it? I don't even know what it's the what do they call the
folios?
folio? Sphere grid was sprinting and kicked the folios in the shin so it couldn't run.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't compare it directly to the
Yeah,
folios. I would
I
clump in
know.
all the different I think just progression in 10 I enjoy more than as a
I mean, like,
Wide.
as much as I'm not the biggest 10 enjoyer, it might have, the sphere grid might be one of the best progression systems in any game ever made.
Yeah.
And the folios, I really like them. I think they are a huge improvement over remakes.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yes.
Absolutely.
system.
I'm totally with you. Although I'm crazy, I would have preferred to have had both.
Yeah, you're crazy.
I really love
I think
skill trees and
I do.
stuff.
I do kind of miss the remake. Those weapon trees a bit.
Yeah.
I do kind of miss them.
They took so long to get through. If you hear a loud, snap every now and then, that's my chair.
Okay.
Breaking,
Don't
yes.
worry.
Yes.
I would have liked the folios to have a bit more what's the word I want to use? Like not creativity, but like I wish it felt like you're gonna do it this way just because like you're gonna do it this way. Like I wish it was just more like I want to kind of go more of this type of build. I want to go more of this type of build. I kind of need this. You know, it felt
Yeah,
a little.
well, that's the difference with the folios between stuff like the sphere grid and.
Well, yeah, like
that,
the
like,
sphere grid is like
they're-
very. The point of the
Customizable.
sphere grid is that it's it's like entirely open ended, whereas
Yeah.
the folios, like every character has like a specific kind of play style that like you could deviate
they want you
from,
to keep with.
but there's like a general way you play as all of them because it's an action game as opposed to a
Yeah.
turn-based game where you can
That's
just
fair.
do whatever.
That's fair.
Mhm.
Yeah. But overall, I like the folio a lot. I thought it was good. Definitely an improvement over remake in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we were talking about Zach,
Yeah.
and then we stopped. So everybody was shocked that Zach was the intro. Wow, Zach already. Crisis Core main menu theme plays, and then what happens after that? Something we've never seen in a Final Fantasy VII game.
Never before seen.
Never before seen.
Ever. Not the Nibelheim incident.
Oh, I was like, what's the bit that you're doing? Oh yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
oh, I missed that.
I didn't know what bit you were going
No,
for.
the
but...
bit is when we
They've
were
done
talking
it.
about the Nibelheim incident last time. It's every piece of FF7 content excluding. Well, I'm thinking.
Dirge.
No, it's in Dirge.
Okay.
Remember, Lucrezia has future vision.
Yo,
The Nibelheim incident.
shout out Lucrezia.
Important lore. But no, I'm thinking the only exceptions are on Advent Children, and the kids are all right. Maybe Onto the Way to the Smile, but I think they refer back to it even. But almost every single piece of FF7 content has a Nibelheim incident or Nibelheim incident scene or reference of
something. Yeah. After Zach, oh, go ahead. No,
I
sorry.
was just gonna say I skipped this because I played it in the demo.
And that's just what I was about to say is, after Zach, we get to basically the demo. I also skipped it, but I had chosen to play it a couple of hours before the game came out. Like, I got off of work at 6:30, I showered, I did my stuff, and then I played the demo. And then after the demo, I watched some YouTube, and then midnight hits, and we start playing, so I didn't feel bad about skipping it. But the demo covers Cloud, kind of like, how do you know Sephiroth? And then,
Yeah, to be clear, spoilers for the entire 7 franchise, not just just Rebirth.
Nothing is off
It
limits.
wasn't obvious.
If you're playing Rebirth and you have no concept of anything else FF7, you probably should. There's I won't get into it too much, but like there's thoughts of it being a sequel or maybe not, but blah blah blah. You should play original 7. You should understand the lore a little bit. But
Here, I'll start us off. They do a really good job of hinting that Zack is the real soldier in this scene. The way that the VA talks, the way that the motion capture moves or whatever, not motion capture,
So,
but the
this
character
is something
animations.
I do. So, like, I'm not a big fan of the OG7, but this is something I do prefer from that game, where I feel like they made it too blatant in this, and I get, like, I think everyone kind of knows it's not Cloud for real, but like there's some scenes in this depiction where like it feels like it's just in your face.
I agree with you.
I agree. I think it's a different conversation. And this is something that Agro's talked a lot about, is that they're doing something different with this, and there are certain things that hit a certain way that we'll talk about at the end of this that hit very differently in this intentionally. But on the mystery side, this, and I would also say Kate Sith is another one where they really, I mean, like, an hour after you meet him, they pretty much tell you what's going on. So they're not interested in keeping that a mystery. I think they kind of assume that you know.
Yeah, it's like with Zach, they assume you. At least I could be, maybe I read it differently than you all, but like they assume you know who Zach is.
They assume,
at least to a little bit.
Well, I think that's why they re-released Crisis Core like a year ago. I think
Probably.
they assumed like, hey, there's no excuse for you not to know what happened.
It's the same
in Crisis
thing
Core.
like last game, like in Remake, when the game just kind of assumes you know who Sephiroth is. You've heard of or seen Sephiroth in something. You know a little bit about this guy.
You know he's scary.
He is a scary man.
And I don't know. I could try to judge it as someone who's never played any of the other games, or at least anything other than Remake, but I can't actually have that experience, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's someone out there. I would actually be interested to hear like someone's opinion on that, like specifically the Nibelheim flashback, who had only played Remake.
Yeah, I wonder. They're like, what? Is Sephiroth a bad guy? Like,
well, I think
that's a really
Nibelheim-
funny thought.
I think that the Nibelheim flashback does a pretty good job of showing you, like, okay, here's Sephiroth. He was a good guy. Here's why he became a bad guy. There's some holes still at the end of the flashback in terms of like what happened to Sephiroth, but I'm sure they'll tell us about that in the third game, maybe.
Yeah. Honestly, a big part of the flashback that I didn't remember till going through it with Swarls before Rebirth came out was that like Cloud doesn't remember how it ended, and I completely forgot about that. I remember I almost like just talked about that at one point to Swarls and was like, "Oh wait, that he doesn't know."
Yeah.
When that's a very, very important part of it, but
you saying that I don't even remember that. Cloud doesn't remember how it ends.
No.
Shit.
He walks into the like he's trying to get to his mom and then sees Sephiroth go into the fire and like loses memory there.
Oh, I don't remember that, but I mean, I believe you.
Though I'm trying to think actually. He loses memory there, but then he can still remember Tifa. Like her I'm sick of this, I'm sick of all of this. So he remembers that, but he doesn't remember anything else, I guess.
Interesting. But yeah, I think they do a really good job of how do I make it work? Like if you don't know that Cloud isn't, who like he says he is, who he thinks he is in like the flashback, right? Like if you know, you're like, wow, they're really making it obvious. But I think if you don't know and you pick up on it because it's kind of obvious, it might make you feel smart, and I think it's a good way to like hook people in. Like, wait, that guy kind of looks like Cloud. That guy sounds like Cloud. This, that, the other thing, and you're like, oh shit, and then you get your gears turning. But for people like us, it's like,
I remember that first time seeing it in the trailer, me and OJ just going like, it's so weird to see Cloud act like this. Like, nothing like any version of Cloud.
Yeah.
Well, it's great. They lead into it perfectly.
I think they do a great job as well with, if you go around, you talk to the citizens of Nibelheim, they're all reacting as if you're that soldier. You're in the normal uniform. They're like, oh, I didn't recognize you in that. And it's like Cloud clearly is recognizable in the soldier uniform, but not in what he would really have been wearing. So yeah, I really like it. I think that it is a fun sequence. Getting to play as Sephiroth for a little bit is pretty cool.
Yep.
I think that Tyler Hoechlin's performance as Sephiroth is so good. And I think, he gets to kind of do something a little bit different here at the beginning. I guess I don't know if I want to like.
We can jump around.
Yeah,
I was gonna say so.
There's no real format. It's just whatever.
So okay, let's jump into like the deep end then a little bit here.
Whoa, wait! Too much. Just kidding.
Sephiroth here is clearly not aware of future events.
No.
So do we think that happens when, and I guess like the flashback still doesn't even show this part, but we know that Sephiroth ends up getting thrown into the live stream
when
or
he gets
whatever.
Thrown into the live stream, yeah.
Yeah. So presumably that would be when he became aware of
presumably
future events and stuff, because clearly he's acting like he should during this. It's actually kind of interesting. This is the only part of the remakes where Sephiroth is acting as he should.
in character with the original 7.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
I'm gonna be stupid here, it's because I forget. When does he get thrown in the live stream? Is that post?
The part that Cloud doesn't remember, when Cloud stabs him
okay.
His own
Yep.
sword.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He throws him into the reactor.
Okay. Yeah, so that would make sense, like...
The first of many times Cloud has killed Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Especially now.
He's so good at it, but he's so bad at it, too. Like, you get so many tries, dude. Come on.
Learn this time.
Something really cool about the Nibelheim incident in this game, it's like, it's, we'll say heavily implied, but it's basically confirmed. Sephiroth cuts a fucking guy's head off.
Yeah.
That's so sick.
This is gonna be
so cool.
This is gonna be the one and only nitpick.
The mayor's Anders.
Heads will roll.
This the one and only nitpick that I'm gonna give this entire game.
Oh, come on.
Is that, no, this is the only thing that's actually a nitpick.
Okay.
Everything else is legit criticism, even if you don't think so. But I acknowledge this is a nitpick. It's really fucking stupid that they don't shoot him. When the three of them
Oh my god, I know.
And it's like, that's totally a nitpick, but I did think it when I was playing it for the first time in the demo. I was like, this is really stupid.
Now I challenge your train of thought there in the sense of like, put us there like, holy shit, we love Sean. All of a sudden, he's fucking killing them. We're like, Sean, what are you doing, dude? We can help you. Like,
I don't think they sell that.
Right, but I'm saying like,
That's what they're going for.
let's give it
think
shock.
works.
Yeah.
Let's give it shock, right? Like, I can't shoot Sean. He's my best friend. Sean killed me. I'm dead.
I mean, none of them are best friends with Sephiroth. I think that they could
You
have
know
leaned...
that?
I think they could have
AOL Instant Messenger exists in Nibelheim, all right?
They could
Hey,
have,
Sephiroth, what's up,
phones,
LOL?
Probably, so...
Not yet. It's not Advent Children. No cell phones yet.
Sorry, I forgot. They're not invented until a year.
They had cell phones.
Not invented yet.
One of the... Anyways,
Anyway.
I get, like, that maybe the vibe is, like, they don't want to kill, like, this war hero, right? But I don't think they sell that with...
I agree. I agree. It's fucking stupid. Oh, we got guns. Oh, man. Shoot.
And it would work a little bit better as well if he killed them really quickly. But he does it so slowly that it just makes it feel even.
If he shoots one of them, or if he kills one of them, everybody else better start cranking.
Yeah,
but nope.
Yeah, it's silly.
It is.
Now, my favorite part of the Nibelheim incident in Rebirth is when Cloud has to go outside and turn a wheel for a little bit, which just so happens to coincide with that little bit of time Zack's knocked out so Genesis and Sephiroth can have a conversation.
Right.
Good times.
No Genesis in this game.
No Genesis.
Interesting.
Little reference, but no Genesis.
Are you talking about the Loveless? They're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
G edition.
G edition.
Yeah.
Gold saucer edition, some might say.
I fully expect something, maybe not even necessarily a appearance, but like an allusion to Genesis and Angeal as being the only people Sephiroth cared about before Nibelheim.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I guess all right, that's an interesting. I'm going to take us off the rails again.
Go ahead.
We're 2 games through this, like 130 hours into this story. Do you think they were going to try really hard in the next game to humanize him like that? Or do you think we're kind of too far past that?
I think they will in I guess final boss time. Aerith's line of
that is true. She does say that.
Aerith is the final boss?
Yeah.
What?
Well, because Aerith is Jenova at
you
the
team
end.
up with Sephiroth to fight Aerith. Obviously.
Yeah, because
Shirtless.
she's Jenova,
Shirtless.
as we all know.
Cloud and Sephiroth shirtless kissing.
Her line to him of I forget what's the exact line.
Why would you?
You
want
have to
a world
leave.
of
You have to live.
Loneliness or something.
Yeah, why would you want to live for eternity all alone or something like an eternity of loneliness?
Yeah.
To which he just at, and they're very much leaning into his vendetta against Cloud.
I don't. You know what? I honestly don't.
Whatever you want to call that dynamic, they're very much leaning into his interest in Cloud as a person, and I think they'll double down on that in the last game. Towards the end.
Yeah, I think that's definitely.
I don't expect much, to be clear. I expect a Zack says some line referencing Genesis and Angeal as, or even just what about your friend, your
like they'd
two
be
buddies?
disappointed in you.
Oh, they're gone.
Something like that. I don't expect much more than that. But
yeah.
Nibelheim.
It's good.
It's great. Some might say.
Do we want to?
It looks so good too. It just
does
looks
look
so
incredible. It does look incredible.
It just looks like, man, especially on a nice TV. You're like, wow. This is gaming.
This is
Overall.
the first of many times I bring up that right before Rebirth came out, I read Traces of Two Past, the Tifa Aerith backstory novel, and I got so many times in this game of going, oh, it's from that book. Oh man, that book, man. Zangan, however you say his name. one of the best characters in the series. He's so good. I cannot wait for like the inevitable side quest where you gotta fight him as Tifa.
Yeah.
Or even if it happens in a cutscene.
Yeah.
But
I just,
that had a lot of flashback.
I did like all of your. This is from the Traces of Two Past novel while you were playing
There's so
through it.
many.
Oh my
It
god,
was-
so
Aggro
many.
was my resident. Was my resident. Like, did you catch this?
Yeah.
Did you catch
Obviously,
that?
it's because they were written at the same time, but there's more like callbacks to this book than any other piece of Seven content by far.
It's because they want you to read.
They do. I did.
I can't read. I can't read.
A novel. I hadn't done that since before COVID.
Yeah, that's insane that it was a Final Fantasy VII novel.
Hey man,
They're good.
I have it on my
believe you.
shelf. I have it on my shelf unopened. I mean, it's not sealed or anything. I just haven't read it.
You have the hardcover?
Yeah, I think so. Looks like it.
Okay.
Should we have a little book club moment right here?
No.
No.
I'm gonna move us on to Calm.
Okay.
I think Calm is cool. They do a really good job of making it feel like really big.
Yeah.
That's something in a lot of video games that I think, especially like open world RPGs, struggle with, right? Like you look at Skyrim, there's like 12 houses or something. And I don't think Calm, if I were to like really look at it, it probably isn't as big as it feels, but it feels really big. And I think that is more important than it actually being really big.
I remember OJ saying just the other day of like it feeling like a PS2 game of like
Oh, yeah, like
towns
those-
are in this game and how big they are.
Like the scale of the towns in this game it's very rare to see nowadays, just because of how much money it takes to make things now. Like like the amount of like levels and like elevation in these towns is a lot like PS2, PS1 era.
I'm convinced they didn't make money on this game. Just there's
Probably not.
no way. They're
This
just
game probably did not cost nearly as much as you were thinking.
no, but they're biding their time. We're gonna get to game 3, and they're gonna say due to rising development costs, it's $180. And like,
No.
what are we gonna say? No.
Game 3
Right?
is gonna come out, and it's just gonna be in Final Fantasy VII's original style. They're like, we couldn't afford
it,
to
guys.
do the big
What do you want?
polygons.
Putting it into Ever Crisis.
Yo, Ever Crisis exclusive.
But
As bumped by PlayStation.
we get introduced to one of my new favorite characters,
Who's that?
Broden. I like Broden a lot, guys. I think he's neat. I mean, I clocked like
He's cool.
his deal, like him being a Sephiroth experiment or whatever.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Another soldier.
But I like that they don't give it away immediately. You kind of have to go through the Grasslands quest lines to find it out, and it ends up coming back later in a very sad way.
Yeah.
And I did like the FF7 nerd in me shouting out the him talking about and only alluding to the fact that the calm that exists now is not calm. For reference, the reason is the entire town burnt down and they rebuilt it just like Nibelheim. And this guy Broden seems to be one of if the not the only person in the whole town that even lived there long enough to remember that.
I want to ask Aggro. I've seen people talking about this, but I'm not entirely sure what they're referring to. The radio. People have been pointing it out as a very important, or maybe important
gone back
detail.
to it, so I want to be clear. I have not double checked this since finding this out, but the realization that the radio that that you're hearing in the hotel is the same broadcast that Zach heard at the very start of the game.
Interesting. Okay.
I believe it is exactly the same. I have to go back. I have not double checked it myself personally.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say for sure.
Huh.
But at very least, it is very, very, very similar.
I mean, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, obviously, they're not in the same world. But
I mean, there's also multiple allusions to, like, how to put it. There's a couple times where there's Stamp memorabilia or a stamp sign. Like so far, people have found a stamp sign and a stamp chip bag in Junon that has the terrier stamp on it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like there's even a specific one if you can line it up to where there's a beagle stamp and a terrier stamp in the same frame.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So there are some very minor allusions to. I would assume that it is like the worlds merging as Sephiroth is trying to do.
Yeah, I guess that's the whole idea of reunion, right?
Yeah.
Is the worlds.
So they're doing that in little tiny ways like that.
Interesting. Okay.
At least that is what I take from it.
Yeah, no, that's probably what I would take from it as well.
Me too. I mean, that's really cool. I didn't pick up on any of that. Like, I only got the really obvious ones. I mean, like, the one I was, like, I'll say most impressed with, and, like, again, it's in your fucking face, is, like, towards the end of the game, when, Cloud and Aerith are on their, like, little date in Midgar. And, oh, well, what about this? And it's, like, a third one, right? Because there's the Beagle, the Terrier, and then I don't know what the fucking breed of dog is.
There's like 5 or
There's
6
like,
in that
yeah,
scene.
Wait,
There's-
what?
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
Oh, I must have missed it. I'm not good at this stuff.
well, okay, so Cloud and Aerith find a new one,
Yep.
and then we see like 4 or 5 different ones with Zack. When Zack is going and doing all the different possibilities. Because
I need to look at those up, because I only saw 3.
I think there's
Probably-
6 total, but there could be 5.
there's
Oh,
a,
fuck.
there's a lot of because it's every time he makes a choice on where he's gonna go, like between Cloud, Aerith, or Biggs.
Yeah.
Each of those 3 has a different stamp. Even then,
And like, that makes sense, like, as we're talking
Yeah.
about it. It's like, yeah, like, okay, I can see why there'd be another one here, another one there.
But what I think is actually kind of interesting is that those are all different stamps beyond, like, it implies that none of those is the correct one for the world that he's in. If it creates 3 more, right?
It made a new one.
It's, and I mean, I guess I'd have to go back and see if they show stamp ever, before that with Zack.
In the Zack? Yeah, in the opening.
Besides the opening, sorry, because theoretically, the idea should be that anytime he makes a decision, it changes.
But, like,
Which
what about, like,
doesn't
I think
seem
they're
to
going
make sense.
for major decisions at
Well,
least.
it's not a
like breakfast?
it's not a
Yeah.
genuine multiverse either, because I mean, we see when Zack showed up at the beginning of the game, the people there, and we see throughout the game, they know Cloud, and that can't have happened.
Yeah.
And we see later on that, seemingly at least, Zack and Cloud didn't move worlds. They are seemingly in the same world as the one that they were in at the end of Remake. Because we did see that Biggs did move. Biggs is not from this world. He is from ours, and he got moved here. So it's weird that even though this is presumably the one where Zack, came from, that it would be different like that. So I don't know what's really happening.
You lost me somewhere, but yeah. Or no.
Did I? It's that Zack didn't move worlds, but Biggs did.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we see.
But that's not even necessarily true because, like, I mean, not true. It's just like Zack at the end of, at the end of Crisis Core or at the end of Remake. That was then, and then he walked a couple miles, and it was a few weeks later in a different timeline world.
But we see the same dog stamp.
Only after after he lived. Only after things
So
changed.
yeah, I mean, it could have, but it could have. They make a very specific point of when Biggs moves, they he is surrounded, and then the world around him changes.
Yeah.
Of course, it could have happened to Zack too, but they make a point of showing that the change for Zack is that a whisper pushes a bullet out of the air. The implication of that scene is very much is that was the bullet that would have killed him, and the whisper averts it by moving it a little bit to the left. That's, I think, the implication of the cutscene, and so it makes the rest of it a little more complicated. But also, like, I think that the rest of the game also is lining up with the idea that these aren't really, it's not a true multiverse, so I don't think it really matters what is happening.
Something that
I think the like mechanics of how the we're gonna call it a multiverse because it's the easiest term of phrase. The mechanics on how it works is probably the most up to interpretation part, or the most purposely mysterious part, in that they are not answering how it works. And I don't know if they will, but as of now, we don't have an answer, and there's not going to be an answer until at least the third game. Yeah,
which is a little frustrating to me because they make it very important to the plot. I don't love that they rely so heavily on what they do with Holy and the multiple worlds without giving an explanation. I'm fine with the multiple worlds thing as like a way of giving like, okay, I have a cool fight where Zack shows up, and like we have a cool fights where like everybody's like, for like rule of cool type things. I'm fine with a unexplained like mechanic for that, but because they've made it so integral to how this world is going to survive Meteor, then I need them to explain it by the third game, or by the end of the third game.
Yeah.
I
fully expect them to, at least to like the extent of knowing how that part worked. Well, like I could see them leaving a lot of it vague, but specifically how the mechanics on how the black materia and Holy are created or changed worlds, whatever it is. How Holy and the black materia ended up.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
No, I want to hear.
47 minutes ago.
Wait.
Right as we started recording, I just saw this. Square Enix uploads official Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII reunion interview with the voice actor of Genesis.
Yo! They know! They planned this!
That's funny.
They said we gotta interrupt Choco-Bros.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
I'll put it on NBC for later if you want to watch it. It's kind of funny.
Sure. That's a weird timing, but okay.
Square Enix published something at a normal time. Impossible challenge. I swear.
Cool.
Oh, it's because the Steam sale is happening. They're linking to the Steam sale in the description.
Okay.
It's on sale until today. So actually, I don't know what their plan was there.
Well,
to build some urgency. Number one rule in sales.
To watch it later.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess.
Let's bring it back to calm. We'll get to the rest of that stuff later. I want to highlight one of my favorite new additions. I guess new addition, whatever. One of my most unexpected things was the Cloud and Tifa dynamic in this game.
Oh yeah,
and that obviously it was going to be that, but where they end Remake is on a much closer knit note than I would expect them to be for leading into all this. And they have to go through the entire game with Tifa just going, I'm not going to tell Cloud anything.
Yeah.
That's just a thing they have to do to stick to the story. And it was always going to be interesting to see how they did it. And I really like what they did.
Yeah.
They tried to confront it very early on, and Cloud did a Cloud.
Yeah.
And kind of reset his relationship points, we'll say.
Yeah, yeah. And only makes it worse throughout the course of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great. I think actually, I mean, I guess get this out of the way. Everybody, the shippers are out in force.
Oh, no.
I feel like the game did a really good job of, presenting the relationships that Cloud has with both Tifa and Aerith.
In
a way that I was really happy.
My favorite part of all of FF7 are the character relationships.
Yeah.
And I think this is it's by far at its best. And honestly, Cloud's relationship with Tifa and Aerith is probably my favorite.
There is a correct date to get also. We'll talk about that.
What?
There's a correct date to get.
Oh,
See, I would actually also, I would say that there is a date that makes it work a little bit better than the ending.
I'll disagree, but
I know
we'll
you
get to
will.
But for now, like I really like what they did with Tifa at the start, and I've always liked Tifa's like, how to put it. She
Moxie?
doesn't have anyone. No, the opposite.
She's very
of that.
isolated.
She's very isolated. She is always like, she is a people pleaser, and she wants to keep everyone in the group happy and everyone she knows happy, and she has one person in her life who is like Cloud, like the soldier guy. Cloud, the guy he's seeming to be right now, is like literally her dream version of Cloud. Like that, the guy that's gonna be there to protect her all the time.
Yeah, the
like
the
cool
windmill
stoic
scene.
guy.
Not the windmill scene, the water tower.
He is that version of Cloud that he said he'd go and be. And she doesn't want to. She wants to pretend that's real, even though she has every piece of evidence to the contrary.
Yeah,
And that's one of my that's probably my favorite like aspects of Tifa's character in the series. It's there in the original too, but they're doubling down on it here, of like that being Tifa's huge character flaw, of like letting it even get to the extreme.
Yeah.
But I like where they started out.
Yeah. What'd you guys think of like the grasslands overall?
yeah, good intro place. It was fine. You know,
Yeah.
I think, and this is just like my. There's no like real like weight behind what I'm gonna say. If the grasslands wasn't so easy to like want to complete, I wouldn't have completed the rest of the game the way I did. Like,
Okay, yeah.
like it was very easy. Like, oh, those waypoints are really cool. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, I can get a chocobo. Like, I think the way they did the intro area, like, look at all this stuff that you can do, and like have the fun little check mark. If it was not, I guess it's just a testament to the whole game in general. But like, it did a good job of making me want to do all that stuff as it came up, instead of feeling like I needed to like have a good experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think as well, like on that note, the traversal in the grasslands is probably, the grasslands and Junon are about equal. But I guess Junon has some verticality that can get a little confusing. But
Yeah.
not to the extent of later areas. So I think that this does a good job of like getting you hooked without, like, I think if you start with Gungaga, you're not doing
Fuck.
everything. You know?
If you start with Gengaga, I'm done with the game. Worst region.
I don't know about that. I think if you
No,
start
I
like
do.
with Gungaga, or you start even with the Coral Desert. The Coral Desert was a little confusing on like in terms of
second worst.
elevation. I think that it's smart that like this first grasslands area is very flat. Like it's very easy to traverse. You have a really easy time finding where everything is. It's a good time.
I'm very happy I listened to OJ's advice and waited to do everything till I got a chocobo, because I wasn't going to.
Yeah.
I was not going to do that. And then he told me to. I was like, oh, okay, I guess. Greatest decision ever. 'Cause
OJ's smart
taken, like,
man.
twice as long.
OJ's a smart guy. He
Well,
knows
they
what
do
he's
a
doing.
good job of trying to stop you from, because they unlock everything, and then like the next thing is to get a chocobo. So there's not much time that like you could. It's not like you leave calm and immediately you're able to do anything. Because I tried.
Yeah.
I found one of the towers after I left calm, and I was like, all
yeah,
right,
me too.
I'm ready. Oh, I can't yet. I guess that makes sense. And eventually I came back
Yeah,
and
you
did
don't
it.
unlock the ability to do any of Chadley's stuff till you meet him right after getting a chocobo.
Chocobo was always
think
the
it's right
first thing I did in every
before?
region.
Is it?
I think it's right before you get a chocobo.
It's you see him at the. I
It's
feel like
at
it's
the
after.
ranch. Maybe it's after.
No, I don't. No, yeah, because you walk up and isn't Billy waiting outside, and then like Chadley's by the. I call it the barn. I don't know what you want to call it, but you know what I mean.
I guess it is right before you do it on your way out to go get the chocobo. Like, go grab him.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was a good region. like decent side quests. I liked the one with Red and the Broden quest.
Yeah.
What was the proto relic here?
Beck's badasses.
Bex, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Definitely the least interesting of the bunch. Not really any unique gameplay mechanic, and not necessarily characters I love or care
Yeah,
about.
they were just but again, it was kind of like, oh,
Good
this is
intro
fine.
one, but
I was wrong, by the way. Chadley is after you get the Chocobo.
oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I really like all the side quests here. I think that they're all pretty well done. All of them involve either like characters that they want you to care about and are gonna like they involve there's one with Beck's badasses, which maybe they don't want you to care about them, but they're returning from the last game, so it's you at least have that connection. There's Billy, who's going to be important throughout the rest of the game to an extent.
Yeah.
So
Most recurring side quest character.
yeah, and I in a way I think pays off really well at the end. Although like I kind of had, like saw it coming. It wasn't very surprising.
Still worked.
Yeah, no, it works. It works. The Broden stuff. Kyrie, there's a side quest with Kyrie here.
Yeah, you get
Kyrie.
the first Kyrie side quest.
The first
Kyrie
one.
was so enjoyable in this game.
I
Honestly,
think.
probably my favorite like side quest content.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would agree. So I think, for the most part, all of the side quests in the Grasslands are all very like central to.
They set
game.
the stage very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the one having to go get the flowers for
Yes.
what's her name?
I don't know, Billy's sister.
Billy's sister. But that was a good one. I also really enjoyed the Wasteland section with the extremely good
Yes.
versions of Hollow.
I'm waiting for that soundtrack to come out. 99% of the reason for that is because of the Hollow, the way they use Hollow in these. And it's really neat because you could technically miss that. You don't have to ever go there.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I just randomly thought about as far as music goes? Algor and I are going to see the it's not Distant World, it's the FF7 Rebirth Orchestra.
Uh-huh.
That's very exciting.
It's very exciting. I just wanted to bring that up because I'm
Oh, I
excited.
thought you were going to say something about it.
No, that's it. We were talking music and I just wanted to point that out.
While
Very excited.
while we're here, I think you guys want to talk about the kind of main types of side content that are available throughout the whole thing. We can talk about the proto relic for each zone as we do it, but nothing else really changes. What do you guys think of like the checkmark stuff?
I thought it was like the perfect amount of checkmark stuff.
Yeah.
Everything with I'm trying. I feel like there's one exclusion, but I'm as of right now I can't remember it, so I'm just gonna say it. Everything was either very fun, enjoyable battle content, or completely harmless and took 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like climbing a tower took like 30 seconds total, and sometimes there'd be a fight in front of it. Getting the summon things was
The
a
summon
fun
things
little
were
puzzle
cool.
game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Scanning the what is it? The materia.
Or
The live
the live stream crystals.
Yeah.
That took literally 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you fun little
Nothing.
artifacts.
Everything that it was either fun or it was so short it was like, okay, it's harmless. I think the balancing of all the side content like that, like the you're gonna do this in every region content was like great. Like nothing overstayed its welcome. It was just enough of one type of thing to be like, if you were gonna get tired of it, it stops before you hit that point. Yeah, I mean it was just, and I like how they do like kind of what Ghost of Tsushima does. Like, oh, look at this bird,
Yes.
follow it,
Yes.
see
And
what happens.
It's so, and I would actually say I think it does it better than Ghost of Tsushima does, even though I love that game. In that, Ghost of Tsushima sometimes it was kind of hard to see, just with kind of sometimes the color palette of that game. It's a little hard to see like
Sure.
the animals or whatever. Whereas with this one, like whenever I saw that little chocobo, I'd be like, oh,
Yep.
let me go follow him real quick. And I think that it's the perfect amount. Like you said, there's not too much of it. It's very harmless stuff. But it still scratches that, ooh, I'm doing something feeling.
Yep.
You know? You're ticking up the world intel. Right? So you've got that little bar that you're filling. And I think that does something to us as gamers psychologically.
Yeah.
That I think works very well. What about you, OJ?
This is probably my favorite open world, I guess. Like,
Yeah, probably.
It's really good.
I just think, like, every open world I've ever played, like, and it's just a symptom of how the genre works, where like it's just I don't know, like you're never encouraged to do everything in a row, really. Like you're supposed to like take it slow, but because of that, like what you I don't know how to word it. Like you're encouraged to like take your time with all of the open world stuff, but because of that, like each activity that doesn't mesh with you can really drag it out really bad. Whereas here, like everything really flowed really, really well.
Yeah.
Something I just thought of, and I don't even know if it's something like processes in like the developers' heads is like they want, and like just bear with me as I ramble. Hey, we're making this game that people will play for years and years. We want it to be really enjoyable, right? We want people to feel like they can take their time and, do the side content at their leisure. But also, like, they also are aware, like, this game is going to come out, and we want to make it where people don't feel like this is not worth doing when they're trying to avoid spoilers, right? Like, if the side content wasn't good, I would have just beaten the game and then gone back and did it, but it was good enough at the time of release to be like, oh man, I really want to talk about the ending, but like, I also want to finish up the proto relics. I also want to like max all these worlds out. So I wonder how much of like the game design is like, how good is this? Like, how good are we trying to make this for people who are playing this game 2 to 3 years after and like have already seen spoilers, or they're not as worried about like the internet exploding with it? Versus how good do we need to make this now so people will do it, even though like it's the hot thing right now? If that makes sense, like if that's tracking.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Because it could have been like, I mean, for example, like when Horizon Forbidden West came out, just to completely derail it, like I barely touched any of the side content because like a lot of the side content in that game is just like not enjoyable to me. Like it's fine, it's like whatever, but like I'd rather just get the story done and then do everything else on my own terms. Versus this, it was like I really like it felt more part of the whole experience instead of just side content, like a little extra thing to do to kill time, Yeah. Sorry for my rant. It's just like
you're good.
It's a good part. It's a good
I had one last question before we moved on, which
What's your
was, I know Aggro and I definitely knew this going in, but I'm not sure, SB and OJ, how much you guys watched the trailers. Did you guys
I don't know anything.
Did you guys know Gilgamesh was going to be in this?
Yeah, sadly.
Okay.
Because I think they showed him in that last state of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we gotta talk Gilgamesh.
Well, hang on, OJ, did you know
No.
Gilgamesh was going to be in this?
I got very lucky because
Oh, okay.
I reached him and Cisne prior to the state of play, so I didn't get spoiled on them.
And those were the big things in that.
I bring it up now because I feel like after the Grasslands, you can tell that that's where they're going with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's Gilgamesh.
That's Gilgamesh. So what was like? Because I think you're probably one of the only people in the world who got to have a reaction to that. So what was your reaction to? Holy shit! They put Gilgamesh in here.
Yeah, I was very. I had no idea like what the proto stuff was even about, but the second you complete one, it's like like you get the idea.
Yeah.
You know where it's gonna end.
Gilgamesh, so cool. That was, I remember watching this state of play with Aggro, and we were like, Gilgamesh! Like, and he has the Buster Sword, like, so fucking cool. And I wish, like, I've learned I need to stop watching state of plays for Square Enix because, God, they just...
I'm going to say this is the best final, like the least spoilery final trailer they put out in a long time.
Yeah.
But my biggest... Yeah, and I agree with you. But my biggest complaint is, like, you can tell, like, that scene that they show of, like, everybody looking up at Sephiroth, like, he's got the wing out, like, that is, like, this is where shit starts really going crazy. It's like...
Yeah, but... You don't have any context.
Sure, but I don't want to know what it looks like. I don't want to know what it looks like at all.
I don't think that's going to bother most people because it's a very generic panning shot of...
Yeah, it's like, oh no, there's going to be a CG scene where Sephiroth looks evil over the party.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just...
I hear what you're saying. I think they did a pretty decent job.
They did.
I heard the launch trailer was pretty bad, but...
Oh yeah, that was pretty bad.
I never even watched that.
Don't.
They showed like last chapter stuff, like Cloud walking into the temple, and like it was a whole bunch of shit.
I do want to on the Gilgamesh note really quickly. This might be one of my controversial takes of the episode. I
Watch
feel like it's stretched a little too long.
What is stretched long?
The Gilgamesh quest
Gilgamesh?
line.
I
feel like there was
I don't disagree with you.
There was a lot of time where I knew it was Gilgamesh, and then it was like 20 quests until we got to do anything about it. Like,
No,
do you get what I'm saying?
I can see what you're saying. I disagree. In that, like, Gilgamesh is that thing in the background of these quests. All the quests have things that are happening right now that you're doing. And that's what the center is. And then there's the tease of, actually, it's, maybe this has to do with Gilgamesh in the background over there.
I think what might do it is that Junon is very much about Gilgamesh. Junon's proto-relic. Like you're right that, like, okay, so most of them have, the proto-relics have their own thing going on, but Junon's very much is like,
That's the best one. Junon's was the best one.
Gilgamesh.
Shout out to Fort Condor.
And
I mean, even then, they don't even say his name.
no, but like, you see
Well,
him.
come on.
Like,
but
you
I
know
guess-
that's Gilgamesh.
But also, what about people who are like, I tried. I'm sorry to interrupt. I tried looking at this game a lot when I was like, okay, this is kind of on the nose. I tried to look at it as like, oh yeah, like I used to play some of the Final Fantasy games. Like, oh that, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
we
I
know
get
it's
it.
we know it's Gilgamesh, but like, oh wait, I used to play. That's the guy from the one game, right? What's
Yeah.
his name? Like,
yeah.
like to kind of like almost like it feels like a refresher a little bit. For
I get
them.
it. It to me, that was one where I was like, I was like, maybe it's just because I hated the Coral region's proto-relic so much.
Which one was that?
That's the one where you have to do the cactuars.
Oh,
Worst one. Worst one.
Yeah. Whoever made the fights where you have to play as Aerith should be fired. It's the
I agree.
worst. It's the worst gameplay in any video game ever.
it's a little
Really?
Ever. It's terrible.
Have you played Final
That's
Fantasy
not-
14?
That's not true.
Oh.
That's not true. No, I also haven't played Final Fantasy 13, SB.
But
come
on.
I'm obviously I'm over exaggerating, but I
not.
definitely did not have fun with that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just, I guess I just wanted to say, like, for me, it felt like the Gilgamesh stuff, like,
I really enjoy
I didn't
Gilgamesh
mean to be
as a
so
comedic
long.
relief character in everything he's in. And I think, like, they had him play that role very well in, like, during the Proto-Relic quest with the tease of eventually you'll get the really cool fight at the end, too.
Yeah. Gilgamesh in this game, and also just kind of this game in general, made it feel very rewarding to be a big Final Fantasy fan instead of just a big Final Fantasy VII fan. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's super obvious. Like, I forget who says it. I think it's Yuffie who, like, says something about, like, YRP. And then you're like, oh, that's a cute little acronym. But I went in Discord right after and I was like, aggro, the Tattoo reference! Like, because, you know, it's satisfying.
Yeah.
And Gilgamesh, like, I think Gilgamesh is just like that outer layer because it feels like the most outwardly like, hey, hey, look, this is a Final Fantasy, but then like Barrett with Cloud Jr. on his head, right? It's like, hey, that's from 13, you know. And Carissa, my wife, shout out to my wife, love her, carrying my unborn baby.
Shout out to that guy's wife.
Shout out to my wife and her boyfriend. He's so cool. A lot of the time, like she was mentioning, like, oh yeah, like this just feels like a big love letter to Final Fantasy, and there's like, yeah, like it absolutely does. You know? So I love Final Fantasy. Good games.
I will pivot us again because much like this game, we are 1 hour into this podcast, and let's move out of the grasslands. In the spirit
Sean,
of
thank
this
you for
game.
thank you for becoming the interim host. I appreciate.
Sorry,
it. No, thank you. You have more to say than I do.
I have
Your living legacy, SB.
I'm your living legacy. I'm not. I have to. God, okay, so I'm
You
sorry
have
that
to
my
lead.
wife was watching
You
me
have to
play
live.
this game, and I'm gonna be having a kid in a few months, and it's all very exciting. And
Well,
Do you
Sean,
get the- you
to
get
be
the joke,
fair,
SB? You
when
get
I die, Sean,
okay, you can't say that on the podcast. You can't say that on the podcast. Anyways,
that's for Patreon.
Midgard. That's for Patreon.
Patreon.
Yeah, go to the
What
Patreon. Midgard Stormer. Who here has tried the game on hard mode?
You know, I completely
have
forgot about
tried
that fight.
A little bit, not much.
Okay, SB, have you done hard mode?
No, I'm still working on everything
Okay.
else. Hard mode will be my last thing.
So OJ and I are the only two that have like OJ finished it. I got a couple chapters in.
Yeah, to be clear, I did chapter 1.
Yeah.
And then I loaded up chapter 13?
Okay.
Or 12 or 13, and then did some, like, side content on hard mode.
Yeah.
Because you get the
manuscripts?
What are they called? The manuscripts from it?
Yeah.
So I figured I'll just do all the side content at
Yeah.
the end of the game, and then go back and go through just beeline the main story.
Yeah. Fuck hard mode. I don't know. I don't know if
Did you play Remake on hard mode?
I'm in the middle of my hard mode playthrough of Remake. The plate just dropped is how far I got before Rebirth came out, and I had to put it down. I think for me, maybe I just need to get used to it. I feel like the Remake hard mode is so much better. It just feels like I got through chapters 2 and 3 on hard mode in Rebirth. I do not feel like I did it because of skill. I feel like I beat Midgardsormr and the Mithril Golem through pure luck of just pushing my head against it hard enough that I eventually beat it. Whereas in Remake, I feel like it was really intuitive of getting it.
I mean, I haven't played much again, but I think the thing with Rebirth and with Remake hard mode, it's with both of them, it's the intent of here is what you have to work with. Use all your kit to figure it out. And in Remake, 90% of the time, your kit is decided for you. You have these 3 characters at this time on this boss in this scenario.
Figure it out.
And
to be honest,
in Rebirth,
I think Rebirth's kind of similar.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying.
Because,
I think Rebirth's the same. It's just you have a much bigger kit. And so having to figure out which characters are best to use, what's the best items and spells and stuff.
Shout out to Magnify and Fire.
It's pretty good.
I love
Magnify
and Fire. That's all.
Rebirth hard mode to me, I thought was a lot easier than Remake. The one fight I do agree. Midgardsormr to me was like absolute CBT. Like I did not have a real strategy for that fight.
I felt like the Mithril Golem was even harder for me.
Oh, that was I don't know. Like I didn't really have much trouble
I could see that with only having red and
Midgardsormr. Like I think I think the key to hard mode in this is the synergy skills that where you could use MP however often you want, because magic in this is really insane.
Yeah.
And also, poison works on a surprising amount of things in this game too.
Okay.
I didn't even think about the synergy skill.
Yeah, synergy
or ability.
Hard mode. I think that's what I think. It's probably unintentional on their part, but Midgardsormr, I think that's supposed to make you rely and learn.
It's a skill check.
Synergy.
It's a skill check. It's like you're
not
gonna get past this.
That's the point of it in playing through your first time too.
Yeah.
It's just in hard mode it feels in hard mode it feels like that's the intention is because the only way to stagger it is to use synergy stuff. But it's just that I think that fight in particular, the environment and it feels very it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I also don't understand the cutscene that happens after that. Clouds in the fucking what? I didn't get that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I really want to talk about that. Okay, so I'm gonna take a roundabout way to get to this. But
yeah, please.
So one of the things that was the big question at the end of Remake, and I think is still a question now, but I feel like I've got my answer, was how many Sephiroths are there?
At least one.
We figured, yes, at least one. And then going into this game, it was okay, because especially now in this game, we know that there's multiple Aeriths, or at least it's heavily, heavily implied that there's multiple Aeriths. I don't know how you feel, Aggro. I got the vibe that there's one Sephiroth, or
there's one Sephiroth in the way there is also now one Aerith. In that when they joined into the live stream, it's all one yada yada that comes together to form one being.
My theory was and I don't know if this is just supposed to be obvious, but I'm wondering if the reason that Sephiroth, Aerith is being influenced, it seems, by other versions of herself, but she has autonomy. I don't get that vibe.
Well, she has autonomy because she's in this. So did Sephiroth before he fell into the live stream.
So that was
in the Nibelheim flashback.
Right. My wonder is if OG Sephiroth is using the Jenova the dominating power, if that's literally he's throughout all these universes, if he's just controlling all the different versions of Sephiroth. And that's why it feels more like it's the same one every time. Where Aerith, it feels like you're meeting different versions of her. It feels like there's different personalities, kind of, with Aerith, a couple. With Sephiroth, I feel like there's only one.
I think that's true, but if you look at Sephiroth in Nibelheim flashback versus Sephiroth now, it's the same deal as looking at Aerith, our current Aerith, and then Livestream White Aerith, we'll say. In that Sephiroth fell in the live stream and was mostly absorbed into it. He was able to stitch together a few little bits and pieces to form what he is now. And in the same way that seemingly Aerith, now that she has died or whatever, is the Aerith we see at the very end of the game also seemingly knows. And it's also the same thing when she gets to the Temple of the Ancients. She starts to act the way she did in Remake, where she starts to remember things outside of that. A big thing I had this thought yesterday, and I didn't really form anything with it, so I'm just going to spew words.
Okay.
Is that in the same way that the materia and stuff, they are memories. That's literally their power. Is that they're leaning into that being the memories.
Yeah.
Our Aerith and Sephiroth's power is having memories of either OG7 or the future, whichever, whatever, But yeah, where did we go from?
So my this was just all because this was because Sephiroth appears here, and I was like,
oh yeah.
Which is this? Who is this?
Oh, this is Sephiroth taking over that one soldier guy we saw 5 minutes before.
I mean, very clearly, but it's which. Sephiroth in terms of I don't
think Sephiroth ever acts out of the current
which is interesting. I don't know. I feel like there's still something there because again, just to kind of derail a little bit, one of the things I was thinking about yesterday was the white feathers and the black feathers.
Which we don't really get why the white flower or white feather in the beginning.
To me, the white feather, I think, is supposed to indicate Aerith's intervention
I'd say that's most likely.
Original Aerith's intervention in Zack's death, and that's why it shows up there. We've seen black feathers appear, but what's curious to me is that black feathers sometimes appear when Sephiroth is doing something, and sometimes they don't. So I don't know if that is just supposed to be sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. Or if it's supposed to be an indication of, okay, if we see the black feather, then that means this is original Sephiroth acting, and if we don't see, you know what I'm saying? So I'm unsure of what the intention there is supposed to be, but it is something that I've been thinking about.
It's possible for me. I think I gave up on multiple Sephiroths a while ago. In that, especially by this point of if that was going to happen. I guess I could be wrong, but seemingly, Sephiroth knows about the black materia and how to get it, however he got it. And in the way that, Sephiroth without that wouldn't have that knowledge and would be acting in different ways counterintuitive to what Sephiroth with that knowledge would be doing. So, I think once he fell in the live stream, it all got absorbed into the same person with the same memories. Which, a thing that, I don't think is pointed out, and might not even be in the original translation, is that in original 7, Sephiroth threw, when he was remaking himself in the live stream, threw away almost all of his memories.
Okay.
Outside of, right at the end when he found out about Jenova. That's a part of the lore. I only remember this because, I saw someone posting scenes from Opera Omnia talking about it. And I was like, huh? That's weird. I don't remember that. And yeah, I guess what? The original 7's translation is not great. But yeah, the Mithril Mines, right?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know, SB or OJ, if you guys had anything to say about the feathers.
I kind of
Man, I barely understand the game. I barely understand the game, man.
I thought, I mean, I recall, like, when we first saw that teaser trailer, there was like, yo, Angel? Question mark? I don't know.
I wish.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to indicate Aerith, personally.
It's probable. We only say the one time, so that's not really, like, we don't really have anything other than that. It could have just been a cool image.
Yeah.
It could mean literally nothing.
It could mean literally nothing.
If we had a second time at all, I'd be using that. But it's the fact that it's one time, I'm not going to base anything off of that for now.
Yeah. Yeah, the mines are fun. We meet the best Turk, Elena. What do you guys think of Elena? She's a new character in this game. Not new, but this is our first time seeing her in Remake. What do you guys think
of
Elena?
I like her. She's fun.
Yeah.
I don't think she's, like, the best character or anything, but she's a fun time. Mm-hmm. Like, a good foil to Rude, especially, and Song. Yeah, the Mithril Mines, I think, was a pretty good dungeon in the, like, pacing-wise.
Yeah.
Well, like, when I think back to it, it wasn't, like, stand out outside of that.
And it introduces us...
character bits.
It introduces us to, like, the concept that we're going to be using a lot throughout this game, which is that every character is, like, going to get their own dungeon. Mm-hmm. You know, every character is... We're going to take you away from Cloud every so often and make you play as somebody else.
Honestly, they do that. They force your party a lot more than most RPGs,
which I really like.
The party do.
Absolutely,
I love.
I one of my big problems with a lot of RPGs is that the parties can end up feeling like 3 people and then everyone else. And I think this game does a really good job of avoiding that. But yeah, I liked it. Fuck
you
this on hard
Final
mode.
Fantasy 13.
I should, and I will one day. I'm on 5. Yeah. Then we go out into Junon. And we get the best side quest in the whole game with Kyrie.
That's a very good one.
There's a new merc in town.
I see your Kyrie and raise you bow wow wow bow wow wow.
Oh, bow wow wow is really good too. I think I prefer slightly There's a new merc in town.
I do too.
But bow wow wow is also really good. Yeah,
honestly, I think Junon was like probably the lowest stakes point in the whole game.
Yeah.
Even when we're at Costa del Sol and Golden Saucer, Junon's just the hey, let's go over there.
We're just following. What else are we gonna do? Yeah, we're just following the dudes still. Yeah. I like it. I like the I like the new introduction of Yuffie.
Rufus.
I think I like the new introduction of Yuffie. I like seeing Roche again and having him quote Shakespeare to me. Quote Romeo and Juliet. I think that's really funny.
Yeah, I did not pick up on that at all.
Yeah. It's just you don't get Roche like I do is all, you know.
Okay.
I do find it interesting, like I think Junon more than any other region, well maybe Cosmic Canyon, but
yeah.
It does the thing where there is you walk out into the open world. Junon, the actual location with story content, is over there.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole zone to your left.
Yeah.
Like you can go do the whole zone, or you can go do Junon, or you can do both. There's very little back and forth or interaction between the two.
Yeah, and what I think actually they do really well is to that point, I wanted to get Yuffie. Because I wanted to change up my party. I was like 10 hours in at this point, 9 hours in or whatever. And I was like, I want to change up my party. So obviously that wasn't going to happen because you don't actually end up getting Yuffie until quite a bit later. But
bullshit.
I don't what? That's just what happens.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it's bullshit that I was like, what? But like one of the first side quests you can get in Under Junon takes you all the way to the other side of the map, following the dog to the other. So I think they do a really good job of being like, even if you are like, oh, I should follow the main quest. It does a really good job of being like, hey, here's all this other stuff that you might not have even noticed when you came in. Like, we're going to force you to go down that way and do that. What'd you guys think of Fort Condor, the hardest fucking minigame to ever exist.
Oh, so fun.
It
So
it
fun.
was so easy.
Which is crazy. I think it's funny because OJ and I both were like, this is fucking stupid.
That's probably what I had the most trouble with in the game, like, unironically.
Yeah.
I haven't done the hard mode ones, to be fair, yet, but
Neither
for the
have I.
normal ones, like, that third one, I first tried. The fourth one I had to do twice. The first one was the hardest for me just because I couldn't figure out what to do. But as soon as I, like, figured it out the build to go for, like, it was pretty easy from there.
Yeah, I was doing that for hours. Not hours. It maybe 30 minutes. But yeah, I don't know. I ended up going back. I did the hard mode versions for the data intel thing. But I dropped my game difficulty to easy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm gonna do.
It brain dead. Even the hard mode versions of them on easy are brain dead. Like, it is the difference is actually insane, and they just patched
now
it.
I want to try a couple mini games on hard mode.
Yeah, well, they just patched in as well with for Condor, and I think also with Gears and Gambits that you don't need to change your difficulty in game. You just you can select it in the actual.
That's
I think
such a
also
good...
the Cactuar one. I could be wrong.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
I don't really...
I liked it. I think it was. I don't think it was as good as Intergrade, though.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they don't put as much. I feel like Intergrade was like, we got it.
No, Intergrade, you like could spend actually like 2 to 3 hours doing just that if you wanted to.
And I feel like this was them just being like, there's enough in this game. We gave you for Condor in Intergrade.
Mm-hmm. And I fully expect for Condor to be back in the third game in some capacity.
It better be.
I mean, I think we'll probably actually go there in the third game.
Possibly. I don't know. I could see us also just never talking about that ever again.
Yeah.
It could go either way.
Anybody else got anything about like Junon before we get into the actual like plot of Junon?
I think I'm good. I like the bird. Good bird.
Oh yeah, Bird Quest is good. Kyrie, my favorite, like I said. There was one like fight challenge that gave Aggro and I a lot of trouble.
Yeah? Yeah, tell me about it. Come on.
Where we had
one, I can't
dodge
remember
the
what it
bird.
is. You have to dodge a specific attack from that bird that it throws out at most once to fight.
Oh, fuck, what's it called? I know the way. Yeah, I know exactly the way you're talking about. No, I meant the name of the attack, but...
Oh, but the bird is called a Faunadoo.
Yeah, man, it was...
barely does it. I couldn't like kill it slow enough. And at the end, I didn't even do it. Barrett just happened to move out of the way at the right time.
Shout out to Barrett.
I randomly rolled into it with Tifa and managed to do it. Oh my god, it took me so long.
There's probably some way to do it super easily, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, I'll very quickly ask. I haven't actually gone back to this. How'd you guys feel about Fall Guys? Because I fucking hated it.
I love the
cute.
frogs. The frogs
It was
great.
cute.
Frog Guys, I hated it.
It was fantastic. Did you do the second one?
No.
I only did the one.
Oh, you can go back. There's another one. It's the other one of the other Fall Guys game with the cylinder spinning.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That one's much easier. I did the first try.
It's very It's funny because you can't recover, right? At least on the first one. Where in Fall Guys, if you get hit, you might be able to recover. But in this one, it just sends you fucking flying, and it's really funny. Yeah. So I guess like the story starts, and we get the scene that for a while. We get the scene that only Aggro pogged at. Do you want to talk about the love of your life, Glenn Lodbrok?
Lodbrok.
Yeah.
He just shows up.
Yeah.
Randomly, and he goes, "Hey, I'm here. I'm voiced by Ben Diskin." And like, my favorite part about Glenn is that like knowing anything about Ever Crisis adds basically nothing. Other than there's the additional little mystery of going, how did Glenn get from like the most happy-go-lucky, optimistic to like Zach's level to Ben Diskin voice?
And you get the answer by the end of the game.
Answer is he didn't.
Yeah, it's not him.
Yeah, now I think the only piece of like actual Ever Crisis content we are getting, I assume, are Rufus Glenn we're gonna go to Wutai at some point in Ever Crisis probably.
Yeah.
Glenn and Rufus are gonna have a cool dynamic probably. Glenn gets shot in the back by Rufus and falls into the ocean and seemingly dies. Who knows? And the honestly the only like quote unquote spoilery content for Ever Crisis in the game is that Sung mentions when like giving the report on Glenn to the rest of the Shinra committee that the island that they're on in Ever Crisis currently, like the plot that Glenn, Matt, Lucia, and Sephiroth are on, that is when they leave.
Oh,
Shinra.
okay. Interesting.
So it's what happens on that island. So we know by the end of like in the next 2 or 3 episodes, they'll be gone from Shinra.
I wonder if they had planned for that to be out by the time this came out.
Probably. I mean, this is like the slowest release for a mobile game I've ever seen outside of Union Cross.
That's funny.
But yeah, it's fun. There's also I'll point out now so I don't forget later, in the Junon Proto Relic, when you have the Wedge flashback, they mention Matt and Lucia in that scene.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So Matt and Lucia are part of Avalanche, or seemingly. There could just be 2 random people named Matt and Lucia, but I'm going to highly doubt it.
I doubt it, yeah.
But it seems like they were at Shinra Tower that day and part of Avalanche. Whether or not they lived, we'll find out probably one day.
Well, Glenn is pretty separated off from the rest of the story, so I feel like we can just talk about him here. What did you guys think of, and I guess, I know, Agora was very excited about this, but I guess OJ and Espy, less connected to who this guy was. How'd you feel about his storyline in the game?
Who, Glenn?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what, I don't know. So, like, I like the idea of him being, like, a thorn in the side of Rufus, because, like, Rufus, he gets under his skin a lot, and I really like that. But that's kind of like that's the only real value I saw in Glenn.
I mean that's why he's here.
That's his narrative purpose.
And like I like that what they seem to be going for of like Rufus thinks he's a good person, and honestly I think Rebirth has the best characterization of Rufus ever. I love him so much in this game.
He's really good.
Rufus thinks he's a good guy and doing the right thing at the end of the day. He knows he's doing bad stuff to get there, but he still feels kind of guilty about it. And so him shooting I think we're all under the assumption that Rufus is Viceroy Saruf.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
And was probably behind the interim government of Wutai.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You didn't hear this?
No, what the fuck?
I thought we told you this. Okay,
maybe.
Saruf, right?
Yeah.
The guy who didn't show up for the
For the thing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rearrange some of the letters.
Well, also
and take one out, but
Well, also it's it's more sounds correct than is because like
no, sure, I understand that.
So, yeah, but apparently the actual more I think somebody said in Spanish, which I guess is closer to the actual Japanese. It's a lot closer. It's like SUFUR or something. Like it's literally Rufus backwards. So it
would also make
funny.
sense in that I went back and watched that scene and Sung and Rufus's reaction to that scene that is honestly what makes it make the most sense.
Well, and I mean there's even a line I feel like even before I picked up on the naming thing in the moment it's at the end of the game, so it's very I'm in the middle, I'm going what the fuck but at the end I did think it was Rufus because of the line I immediately forgot about this, but the line about so they're talking about how Saruf never showed up, and they said something about rich kids or whatever, and that line enough for me in that moment I was like, oh my god, is it Rufus? And then something crazy happened immediately afterwards, and I forgot about it until we started talking about it later.
Yeah,
but
and Rufus's whole thing is he has the whole huge plan with a million moving pieces, and he thinks he's the smartest guy on the planet. And everything's going great for him outside of a couple small little things. And seemingly, if we're correct on this theory, he has control of Wutai and Midgar and Shinra and basically the world at this point. And intent seems to be to do exactly what Glenn's doing, just not right now.
Yeah.
And Glenn is forcing Rufus's hand to do it now when he wants to be focusing on making sure that, the people in Midgar are not going to rebel very, very soon, and Sephiroth and the Clouden gang.
Well, I think, also, not only is it good for Rufus's character, I think it actually does. I mean, if what they lead us to believe at the end of the game is, what we're supposed to be seeing in this, I think it does a lot for Sephiroth, too. I mean, this might be his smartest part of his plan, to be completely honest with you. Mm-hmm. The idea of, let me start a proxy war between Wutai and between Wutai and Shinra is... Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the best way to accomplish what he wants. It'll distract everybody.
Yeah, and theoretically, if Rufus figures out what's going on with Sephiroth before Sephiroth gets the black materia, he has enough power to do something about it. Mm-hmm. He could just point the giant cannon towards the northern crater and bye-bye Sephiroth.
Now I really want to see that. I want to...
Hey, Sephiroth, look! Oh, the black materia! And it's like the family, ooh, piece of candy. Yeah. Ooh, piece of candy. Mm-hmm. And Sephiroth is just stuck in a box, right?
Yeah.
And then Rufus just blasts him to smithereens.
If anybody knows how it should have ended, guys, please contact them and tell them to animate this, because I think it'd be really funny.
What if they had stopped Yuffie from,
trying to
Rufus?
assassinate, yeah.
I was so happy in that scene. Because it always... feels out of character for Rufus in original 7, and only because of later characterization, so,
Yeah.
complicated. But it feels really out of character for him to go, those guys, just murder them. Who cares if they're trying to save the planet?
Yeah.
And they know what's going on. Just kill them. And so it really works here. He tried. Mm-hmm. He tried to go, I don't care about you all. Just leave. And stop bothering me, and you can go do whatever you want. And then Yuffie tried to assassinate him. Shout out to Sonon, who we get multiple flashbacks to during that scene.
Sonon!
Before we talk about this, I want to say one more thing about Glenn, and then we don't have to mention him at all for the rest of this. And I was thinking about this earlier, and I don't... this is kind of like a crack theory, but I don't put a lot of, thought into this, or a lot of, stock in this. But I thought it was interesting that, what happens with the Wutai, ninjas who are killed in...
Wutai!
In Nebel. I thought that was interesting. I was like, that's weird. It's weird that they were in Nebel.
That didn't actually happen.
No. Well, so that was my thing is...
I don't know if Orpheus or if Glenn did it. I put my money on Sephiroth and Glenn.
So that's my question. Do you think... What if those are just some of the patients from...
Absolutely.
Down in the city that is... They're fucking... Sephiroth is Genova weirdo things... making them look like a bunch of ninjas.
Holy shit.
1,000,000,000%. That's one of those things that, I didn't even think about, as a possibility that it wasn't true. This is the first time you're saying, is this what happened? Me going, oh, I guess it's possible that didn't happen.
You guys are so smart. I did not... I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy.
It's so convenient. They even call out, Murasaki and his... It's it's weird that it's a Wutaian guy now, here.
I am not good at nuance. I am so bad at nuance.
I definitely knew that this was a fake attack to start a war, and I definitely assumed that Glenn had done it. The part that I was I wonder if this is part of it was if it was some of the patients from down in the city, and that's why it is Nebel that happened at. Because they could just send some of the fucking patients up there, and, Sephiroth can do his Sephiroth shit, make them look like ninjas to everybody, and...
Cecidos.
Get it
Does
done.
Sephiroth vision work over television?
I don't.
Excuse my yelling. Sorry.
I don't know. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. Junon City. Now that we're done with Glenn Lodbrok for the rest of the episode, we don't have a need to bring him up again.
Yeah, never again.
The greatest section in the whole game. When you're
very high up there.
When you're gathering all the troops. And they're just marching up and down the street, following you as you go from
I love they have comments for every store.
Yeah,
you go in. It's so good.
Two things. First of all, I'm sure we all lost our minds at the Bald Bar.
Oh, Bald.
That
Bald Bar,
so
which
good.
is just
Bald.
is incredible. And second of all, this has to be the crew of the High Wind in part 3, right?
It's
I
possible.
hope so.
I also thought
So
it
did
could be
you-
the crew of the submarine.
Did you do the So
I did do the mission where they show up later. Yeah.
Yeah, they do come back later.
And they specifically mentioned the underwater base in that.
That's true. They
So
do.
it's possible. I think they'll probably be high wind, but it's possible.
I
It
mean,
could
they
be
might
submarine.
be both.
Could be both.
They could just be like our crew for vehicles. You know.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really cool, especially since like I don't know about you guys, I really care about them.
Yeah.
I made certain that none of them died
What,
on the way to the elevator.
I haven't seen the scene of what happens if they die.
I don't either.
Oh, that happened
I-
on my first playthrough. Like, it's not really anything significant.
Oh, okay, so they're just fine. Like
I think
they get
no.
better.
So no, because you get a thing from Roche if you
Roche.
Oh,
if they don't
okay.
die. Like, I think that's the only thing
Got it.
that changes.
Okay. Yeah, I made very certain like I was healing them before I healed Cloud. Like
Yep.
I was like, no, they can't. I love these guys. Did you guys all do the hardest routine that you could?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody
Why
found
wouldn't you?
all the guys and did it. Yeah, I mean, some people might. I didn't know if like
I got
Mike
very-
almost
honestly,
didn't.
probably the most upset I got in the game was trying to find the last
Yeah.
group. It was like, I just want to get to the rest of the game, please.
Well, I know one of our friends, Mike, didn't, or almost didn't, because he didn't see the button to redo the formation to make it harder.
Ah, okay.
Which I almost didn't find that. The only reason is because I was stubborn and was like, I know it told me that this menu existed. How do I get to? And I finally realized it's like, oh, if
Yeah.
I look down, it tells me. Yeah, the assassination scene that is really good. Rufus's speech is really good. I don't know. The whole thing is great.
Yeah, I loved Rufus's speech. How it was like they propped it up as like, oh, this huge patriotic thing, and the whole time, like they did it extremely genuinely, so that the viewer goes, God, like this is the most propaganda ever. But like it works really well at the same time.
Well, it works really well, especially like I thought. My favorite part of it when I was watching it is the like dissonance of he's giving this big patriotic speech about like the future of our world, like a very politician speech, and then he keeps going, the Shinra Electric Power Company, and I go, oh right, this is a corporation, not like a country. Like I keep forgetting that, and I think that is so I love the Shinra Electric Power Company. Every time he says the full name, it made me like, this is funny. Yeah, I loved his speech. I love the
What a good section.
the squad
Barrett in his
yes,
sailor
the sailor uniform. Aerith and Tifa bringing something new out of me in their in their soldier uniforms. I didn't awakening something I wasn't aware existed.
Oh, Sean. Sean, come on, man.
And then the fight with Roche, obviously. For anybody that doesn't know,
I wanted it so bad.
For anybody that doesn't know, I'm probably the biggest Roche fan in the world. After Remake, he was my favorite character in that game. And I've been saying that for the last 4 years. And so
He's fine.
I was both...
Great.
I was... but like you guys can attest, you guys know I've been talking about Roche.
Yeah,
nonstop
yeah.
for the last
Sean
4
started
years.
talking about Roche in the past couple days. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never mentioned it before now.
Nope, not the past 4 fucking years that I've known him.
And
You've known him for 4 years?
Maybe 3.
probably 4.
Wow.
I've been
Somewhere around
subbed to the Spaghetti Bro. I mean, Sean and I have become
God, it's
friends with
2024.
Sean and I have become friends within the past like year and a half,
That
2
sounds
years.
right.
But we've known
Sean,
each other for a
Sean
long
was
time.
there when I got fired from Capital One. Shout out
Yeah.
to Capital One.
Anyways,
Anyway, yeah,
It's like the Shinra Electric Power Company.
yeah, they don't care about me.
anyways,
Oh,
God damn it.
I was so happy that Roche gets such, like, he shows up a lot throughout this game.
Yeah.
And then as it kept going on, I was like, please use him a little bit less. I really like this character. I don't like where you're about to go with him. Please, no.
The writing was on the walls.
It's so good. I'm so sad at what happens to Roche. It might actually be the saddest thing in the whole game for me. Is what happens to Roche.
Well, Sean, I don't know
so
if you picked
upset.
up on it. When you're fighting Roche, like for that last time, Roxas's theme's Roxy
yeah.
theme plays.
Roxy.
It's actually
Yeah.
it's really subtle, but
Yeah.
when he shows up outside of Shinra Manor, he actually goes, "It's Demyx time" before you guys fight.
Yeah, I
I don't know
actually-
if you guys heard him say that. But,
Yeah, I heard that. It was really weird. I thought it was a typo, but I realized it was voice acted. So like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I didn't think I could hate Hojo more than I already did, and then he experimented on Roche, and I
Well,
was like,
hold on, now
You're the
Roche
worst.
like asked for it, didn't he?
Roche did it, but he did not know. Okay, Voller, he
Wait,
didn't know what he was getting into.
Now, Sean, let me ask you this. Sorry, I was burping, hiccuping. Hey, I want to try methamphetamine, right? Do you get mad? Do you get mad at the dealer for not saying, "Listen, dude, this could fuck up your life," or do you get mad at the guy who's like, "I want to try methamphetamine"? Which one
Okay,
is it, Sean?
I think
accountability.
Clearly, methamphetamines are more widely known the dangers of than Hojo's
I don't
top
know, it's-
secret experiments.
It seems like everybody in the world of FF7 is like, "Oh yeah, soldiers, yeah, they degrade." So,
Well,
you know,
yeah, but
that's-
he's already a soldier, so why should he think that like anything worse is gonna happen?
You know, Roche has the same character arc.
Wait, so
Sean,
Roche is a
as,
soldier?
the
Yeah, what are you
antagonist of the
talking about?
Incredible Hulk.
Sean,
Espy,
I'm not
You
good.
gotta be joking, right?
I'm not good at
Espy,
picking up
you
on what.
didn't know that
I'm
Roche
not
was a
good.
soldier?
No.
He's third class. He's third class because he refuses to do any missions not on his motorcycle.
Yeah,
He'd probably be first class if he actually did his job correctly.
yeah.
Damn, y'all read too much into stuff. I'm just like, pretty guy on
No,
screen.
I think they explicitly say it in the first game.
Yeah.
I played that 4 years
Third
ago.
Class.
I played that 4 years ago. You remember that stuff from 4 years ago?
He's Roche.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Also, he
Okay,
has
so
the
then-
tattoo on him.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a tattoo on me too. It doesn't mean I'm a fucking soldier.
So I think the decision to change the cargo ship into a cruise ship is one of the most genius changes so far
Great decision.
in
100%.
remake.
Fantastic. Amazing. Incredible.
So good. Love the Queen's Blood tournament on it. I love.
Oh, yeah.
I love when Red fucking walks.
Dude. I don't know what I was expecting from that scene.
It wasn't that.
It wasn't that,
Not-
but it surpassed
not Michael
anything.
Jackson. Man.
Uh.
What a fun time. Like that cruise ship was just like
Well,
just fun.
it's so good too because like we know what's coming. We know that we're about like Genova's about to fuck this place up, and so it's even scarier.
Wait, Genova was on
than-
the ship?
I know, crazy.
Okay,
right?
I'm kidding. That one I knew.
Yeah, you fought. Okay, yeah. There's no way you didn't know that. Like the cargo ship is like, all right, you're fighting on a cargo ship. Like, who really? Like, they put innocence in danger
Yeah.
in this one. Like, in that, it's just like a cruise ship, and I think that's really cool. I think that's a really neat way to make the one of the best fights in the whole game even more dramatic. When
I
boy,
love that like if you walked by the door where the soldiers, degraded soldiers
Yeah.
and black robe guys were staying,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
SB, did you?
Yeah, I walked by it to get in there.
Well, no, before then.
You can hear
Um,
Yuffie, right?
Yeah, Yuffie's trapped in there with them. It's like, help me!
Speaking
I feel like I remember that.
Weirdos."
Speaking of knowing Yuffie, really quickly, I'm going to jump back to her assassination attempt. I was so proud of myself because it's in the middle of the big sequence. All this shit's happening. And then a camera passes my screen. And I go, is that Yuffie's cloak holding that camera? Like, it's just the corner of the shot. You can just barely see the edge of her hand. And I was so happy that, yes, she was that cameraman. Anyways,
Dirge of Cerberus cloak.
yeah, but I love the fight starts. It's so good. Oh my god, the music in that fight.
Genova is maybe the best Final Fantasy VII song. It
Yeah,
might be.
And it somehow only gets better every time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
That boss was really, really good. Immersion, like, I don't know. Great. I mean, like, that's one of those things, like, yeah, it's just great. I have nothing to add.
Yeah,
What
it's just
a
like
good boss fight.
They took something that was great in the original and they made it even better somehow.
Can you imagine, like, so the ship captain's like, yeah, like, I'm just shooting these guys in the fucking head. Like, we gotta be safe, right? What if it happened to Yuffie? Like, what if he just fucking shot like a 15-year-old in the fucking head?
I think
Wow,
he would have been
Right?
even more messed up than he already was.
it's a very different game.
Yeah, it's a very different game. You
I
don't
mean,
get to
go
hear
court.
the go to court. You wouldn't hear the, I'm so bored, so bored, bored right out of my brain.
My question: Who's the lawyer in the party? Right, like Yuffie gets shot in the head.
That sues him if Yuffie I don't think they know her well enough to care at this point.
Right, but like, no, Cloud goes, huh, that was the girl from Junon. And Aerith goes,
Barrett's
we
the
have to
lawyer.
help, right? Aerith is legally blonde lawyer.
I think Barrett is the fucking lawyer.
Yeah,
I think
probably
he's like,
Barrett. Probably Barrett.
he's like,
yeah.
Your Honor,
The
you see the
Mako!
shit that guy did.
Kate Sith takes the opportunity to join the party early.
Yeah,
I hate Kate
Kate
Sith
Sith
so
is the
much.
defense.
He walks in on the shoulder of Saul Goodman.
He's the
I
feel-
defense. He's
No, I feel
defending
like
the ship
Kate,
captain.
I saw a meme on TikTok the other day, and it was like,
That's not a good sentence.
it was like me after getting my bar license on Wish. And got my client executed, and then in parentheses, it says he was there for a speeding ticket. That's Kate. That is Kate Sith.
Kate Sith walks in and he goes, "You cannot kill my client."
Your Honor, he's here. He's here because he didn't pay child support. You can't kill him.
Your Honor, it was just a joke.
He said it in Minecraft.
Members of the jury, did you see that shit?
Your Honor, he said no homo. It's okay.
Your Honor,
Oh my
they cannot see it.
Oh god.
Anyway,
Honor, it's Sephiroth from the future. He's come back.
My God.
he was talking about alternate worlds. I didn't
You're-
understand that shit.
If the sword doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Oh my god.
Anyways, then you get to
Costa del Sol.
If the sword doesn't fit, then you must acquit is the best Aerith death joke that's ever been made. I want
Thank
you to
you.
know that. Aerith death jokes are overdone, tired. It's been 20 years or whatever, 25 years. Give it up. If the sword doesn't fit, you must acquit is the best one that's ever been made. You
Thank
should
you so
hold
much.
that. Do you? 'Cause it's really good.
I appreciate that.
If anybody is too young to understand what that is in reference to, it was in the O.J. Simpson trial. They were like they made a big deal about making him wear the murder glove, and they were like, if the murder glove doesn't fit, then he didn't do it. And so that's the reference. If anybody's too young to know that.
You know, Sean, it was a lot funnier when you didn't explain it.
No, I think it's even funnier to think that there's some people out there who legitimately don't know about the O.J. trial.
No, there probably is, but like the TikTok is gonna be Final Fantasy fan explains lawyer terms, like with
Yeah.
that like really annoying voice that they do.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we get to Costa del Sol. We get to our first like mini game area. And
I'll be a lawyer now.
I like all the mini games here. What did you guys think of the mini games in Costa del Sol?
There needs to be more red soccer. I need it. It was
Oh,
very,
yeah, that
very
was
fun.
really fun.
Yeah,
Probably my
Red Soccer
favorite.
was good. I liked Toy
The
Story
shooting
Midway
mini
Mania.
game is the worst
Yep.
thing that ever
What?
existed.
Really?
I loved
still
it.
feel the pain
Oh,
in my
I
hand.
loved it. I loved
still
it.
hurts.
Yeah.
That was-
I had so much fun.
That was
with
my
it.
favorite one there, I think.
That was my favorite one.
I like
It
the
hurts so much.
I like the Queen's Blood challenge runs.
They're pretty good.
Those were really fun. Yeah.
I just thought of a mini game I can't believe we didn't get.
What?
Beach volleyball. And you have to keep it up with your ATB, right?
Next
so like
game.
Barrett
it up.
has to use all right.
Cloud's erection is a mechanic, actually.
Yo,
During the match,
Cloud's-
if he gets flaccid, then you lose.
the Buster
no.
Sword.
Oh no. That's definitely like that's the Madam M mini game. So I actually had a hard time with the with the
Nice.
with the red one, the red mini game, because I was constantly sprinting, and if you're constantly sprinting, he's really hard to turn. And
Just
then
don't sprint.
yeah, I did that, and I got it all in like one go.
Nice. Let's see, there's that one.
What,
No, the shooting game was great, Agar. You're so wrong about that, man. It was so
so
Oh,
fun.
I
on it,
loved
like-
the shooting game.
Oh, I
Legitimately,
loved
by
it.
the end of it, my hands were like killing me.
That's crazy. It reminded me of Disney World. My favorite ride at Disney is Toy Story Midway Mania, and you shoot. It's basically that. It's like, hey,
I've been on
shoot.
that
I
multiple
thought the
times.
OJ
Maybe
thing
Sean
was
has
a
it.
weird tangent, but this is somehow even weirder.
Well, I'm telling you why it's my favorite. I love Disney and I love Midway Mania at Disney. I always get the best score of the hour, but never the best score of the day. And it was like, hey, look, I can play it in the comfort of my own home. So I thought it was fun.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
What a good story, SB.
It's everything is simple, man.
We're 2 hours into this podcast and we're at point 10 of 31.
Okay, so we
rapid fire, go.
We see Johnny again, and he's running this hotel. Did it break finally?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
For now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the best usage of Johnny that we could have gotten.
It was awesome.
I love his hotel thing. I haven't finished it yet, but I know what the reward is. I'm very excited to go.
Really big plot point here. I think a really big plot point. And I might be jumping ahead. Aerith's fucking holy materia is clear, see through.
Let's talk about the open world stuff of Costa del Sol first, and then because I've got a couple more things.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then we'll get into plot stuff. But
I wanted to be the smart one to bring it up.
Hey, it is like a major plot point. So I don't know if anybody like missed it, but it's like it's really important to what happens in the rest of this game. So, but yeah, I'm glad that you tracked the basic plot of what was happening throughout.
I'm good at big obvious stuff.
I liked the side quest where that girl was like, "What does he see in Tifa?" And she's like watching the whole time. I thought that was funny.
Oh my god, yeah, it was so good.
FF7.
Really?
Yeah, Johnny gets married off screen.
I think Johnny having a bunch of like ninja clones is one of the funniest, like, to the point where I just remembered it happened now because so much shit happens in this game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that might be like one of the best parts of the game. I keep saying that over and over again. But I loved the Johnny ninja clones.
Yeah, I didn't like love Johnny in the original, so I was very ready to be done with him. But then, they made the Johnny clone joke work really well.
Yeah, they did a good job of redeeming him.
I especially liked the Yuffie part of the joke of going, am I do I have unlimited power?
Yeah,
Am I God? Can I create life? And then the very end, the emotional, tearful goodbye of the Johnnies was fantastic.
It's so good. There's the Johnny side quest. Are there any side quests outside of that? In this area? I can't remember.
I remember one.
The squatting, baby. Let's go. Squatting minigame.
Oh, yeah, the squatting. I gave up immediately.
I was on that for over an hour straight.
Y'all are bad at video
remember,
games.
I was on the bus ride to get home from work in Agro the entire time was doing this fucking minigame.
Okay, I did the quest pretty easily. It was the mini game afterwards that I was like, I tried it twice and I was like, I'm not doing this.
Damn.
Yeah. So you spent an hour doing that?
Uh-huh.
God. I did just remember I'm using my VOD to keep things straight. I did just remember a side thing that we didn't talk about. The Moogle shops.
Yo, yeah.
Oh yeah, what a fun replacement for the bad Mog minigame.
I was really worried that at some point, because I don't like those kinds of games, don't get hit and corral something. I'm just not good at them. I managed to do all of them on the first try, so it never got too difficult for me. But did you guys ever have any trouble with that?
The
music
one,
was
I
good.
think it took me 3 tries.
Okay.
But other than that, all the others were first tries.
Yeah, me too. I got them all first try. I won't say the ending yet because I feel like we'll save it. But the ending of when you do them all, and Cloud becomes a fucking Moogle, and he goes with that anime little smile, not dejected, but this is what you want. He goes, Kupo.
Yeah. It's so good. Hey, people are mad about the Moogles. I think
they look fine.
I don't know why people are so mad.
I don't get it.
They grew on me. I wasn't initially the biggest fan, and I think it's because I just got this idea in my head of what a Moogle is supposed to be, and they looked different. But after a while, I was like, it's a Moogle. It's good.
I don't know. I didn't even think they looked weird until somebody mentioned it, and I went, oh, I guess they do look a little weird. Huh?
They look far better than the one in 16.
See, there were a lot of people saying the opposite. There were a lot of people that were we gotta go back to 16's Moogle.
I don't like the 16 Moogle design. Let me look it up again. What's his name?
14 Moogle design's great.
What's his name? Nectar?
16 Moogle.
Nectar.
14 Moogle. They're all about the same.
Yeah, his face is just so squishy.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now that I'm looking at it again, I mean his forehead's a little big, but otherwise he's fine. What? It is.
All right, we can talk about the plot now. That's all the open world stuff.
We gotta get a bathing suit for everybody.
Yeah. What kind of bathing suits did you guys get? Don't out yourselves.
Cloud was shirtless.
Good. Okay. What about the other
Aerith
two?
wore the bikini, and Tifa wore the black one because that's much better.
Espy?
Cloud had the blue shirt. Aerith wore the more modest one, and Tifa wore the canonically accurate one.
OJ?
In the trailers.
I gave Cloud the blue shirt.
Okay.
Gave Tifa the breast window one, and then I gave
No.
I gave
So what
Aerith
in the trailers?
the pink one.
They're both.
Yeah, I put everybody in the least amount of clothes possible. Just like frame one. I was just like, there was no thought. I mean, come on.
I just don't like there's some nice parts of the other Tifa one, but I just don't like the design of the gray one.
That's fair. Now Barrett's sailor costume, fucking terrible.
So-
I'm sorry.
What?
Fuck. I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
fired.
sorry.
You're never allowed to be on this podcast ever.
I'm sorry. It's you could not tell me you'd want to play the whole game in that costume.
I do wish they gave him a shirtless version because I want my whole party
No, I would
running
be
around
single. I'd be single.
in shirtless and everything.
They should have had shirtless Barrett and then red with a Hawaiian shirt on.
Oh, and a lei.
You know what?
No lei. Those leis were
Instead of a
glitchiest
collar.
part of the whole game.
Imagine red with a lei instead of a collar. What are you talking about?
Sure.
It writes itself.
I'm gonna
And
add,
sandals.
I'm gonna add. I wish Yuffie was wearing more clothing.
Me too.
I didn't. I was very uncomfortable by her comment.
Yeah,
Very in character for her.
I mean,
It
it
is.
is, but it's still. I was like, hey, the game said it. Look, it was a funny moment when she's like, what does she say? She's like, who wouldn't want to be with me with my bodacious beach bod? And I was like, no, stop, stop it, don't say that.
My favorite is the Cloud. I forget the exact dialogue option, but like it's a
Obviously.
of like
He says obviously.
yeah. Obviously, yeah. It's great. Cloud's deadpanning of Yuffie is just the best.
Yeah,
It is the
really
best
good.
part of this game.
And then Hojo shows up and somehow ends up, like somehow he's more of a creep. I don't know. How is it that every time this guy shows up, I feel more disgust?
Because he's
He's a great villain.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's just icky.
I wonder. All right, spoilers for later parts of regular FF7. Spoilers. I wonder how they're gonna treat his death. Like, I wonder what's how it's gonna go.
It's gonna be
Well,
wild.
remember, SB, he doesn't fully die. He uploads himself to the internet.
Yeah,
And
he
then
does
takes
that.
over Weiss' body.
Yeah, he does do that.
Eventually.
You're right.
They should change it. I want Chadley to kill him.
I want Chadley to say, according to my calculations, you have a 3% chance of this blade entering your body and surviving. And he just slowly pushes a blade into his heart like deadpan. According to my calculations, right now you should be losing consciousness. And Hojo like smiles because like the best invention of his is what took him out. You know.
That's kind of a beautiful end for them both.
Why does Chadley end? Chadley's fine.
No, I mean like end to their stories.
Oh, I was like,
No.
that Chadley does not turn a knife on himself after.
I really like the. Now that my creator is gone, there is only one option.
So seppuku.
I like the fight on the beach. I think it's
Yeah,
really
it was really good. It was really good.
Yuffie's appearance is awesome.
Yeah.
I like Johnny in that scene.
Johnny's very fun. It's a great like Yuffie joining the party moment of like
Yeah.
showing her how useful she can be
Yeah.
to the group.
Then we get
It would have been really funny the alternate universe where actually they all just got kidnapped right there on the beach. That's the end. The end. Bye. Except for all the wins.
I saw a
No,
post.
Yuffie did it.
I saw a post about this section when Tifa comes out and Cloud just stares at her tits for a second. I saw a post that I thought was really funny where somebody was like, there was like, you can tell that Cloud is still emotionally a teenager because he doesn't know how to sneak a peek yet. I just thought that was because he's so fucking obvious about it, dude.
I like how no one says anything about it. No one says anything.
No.
Well,
all know, though.
she knows.
She knows.
She like leans forward and is like, "What's up, Cloud?" Like she knows what she's doing. Tifa's very aware of herself. And then we get like a bunch of like kind of weirdly sad scenes on the beach with everybody.
Yeah, I love Aerith's like. I'm watching it right now.
Yeah.
Of like, she doesn't know, but like what she's saying is very double entendre for the people who do know.
Yeah.
What's happening.
Yeah.
I really like them all.
It's
like,
just
all good scenes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's all very crazy. I can't say when you'll meet her or whatever, but I know you'll love her or whatever is like, Jesus, like what does that? What does that mean?
I don't think she knows anything at this moment. To be clear,
No,
I think she's
she
very
doesn't.
much just being like, she's very like being cutesy to Cloud. I guess is the word.
Yeah.
Like, she's just saying stuff. She's
But-
not meaning anything by it, but we
I-
know. It means
Yeah.
stuff.
I don't
quick?
think she means anything by it. But
I just have to step away for 2 seconds. You
Okay.
guys keep carrying on the conversation. You're
Okay.
fine.
yeah, I don't think she means anything by it. But I think that like obviously it's very intentionally written.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah, and all the other scenes are very good too. I love the Shinra middle manager.
Oh,
in
the
corner.
best character arc in all of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I love the story that guy goes on.
Yeah, where he's just like, I'm quitting. I'm done. And then he doesn't go home to his family.
No, he
but-
goes to the Gold Saucer.
Yeah.
Even better.
Man.
He's my I love the
Can't wait for the
plotline.
Shinra middle manager super boss.
I hope so. We start the climb up Mount Coral. I think this is
Maybe
a
the
neat
best
dungeon.
song in the whole game.
Yeah, I like the verticality of this. I think it feels really good. I like the design a lot.
Also, like party variation. Like I like using both the groups.
Yep.
For the different sections. It was the first section was very like wide, which for me being I have to explore every single corner didn't really work. But if you were just going through, it's more of here's a couple paths you could take like to end up at the same place. And I like the Yuffie's like drawings showing where to go.
Yeah, yeah.
I loved Yuffie's drawings. I just got back. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And then I think just like the weirdest time to do it, Zach.
It's been half the game, but we're back.
And just like after like the most random boss fight.
Well, it's specifically because of Aerith. Like, I can see why they did it. It's Aerith looking out at the sky towards Midgar.
Yes. Do we want to talk about the Aerith in the sky thing that you and I talked about earlier? That
I mean,
that I don't think we've said. So
I've brought this up before.
Oh, have you? I didn't realize that you had mentioned this before. I saw somebody saying that they thought the reason they changed the line at the end of Remake to like I don't like this sky instead of the better line is because she literally means that she sees the rift that Cloud sees at the end of the game.
I think that's almost certainly what it means.
Like that's why they changed it is because they didn't realize that it was literal that she's looking up there and there's something up there that she doesn't like. Which I still am like, I missed the old line because it was so good. But
Yeah, it's very
I
good
guess if
line,
it's supposed to be literal, then,
Mm-hmm.
I get why they changed it. SB, OJ, do you guys have any big thoughts about that?
That's probably what it is. I do. It's probably a translation thing because I think the Japanese is like the same.
Yeah, yeah.
And every no other language got the patch to change it.
Yeah, so yeah.
So that's why I
Really?
think like the implication, like it's supposed to be the double entendre of it. Of the first time seeing it, it means I miss the steel. It's the I don't like this big open sky. Versus eventually once you realize it's she didn't like the sky. I see.
Yeah, once you
But-
played Rebirth, you're like, oh shit, I get
yeah.
it.
But
Yeah, there's the Zack scene. I don't think there's really anything super I mean,
that one not I mean, Elmira. I really like
Yeah.
seeing Zach and Elmira get to meet for the first time.
Yeah,
ever.
I think that's really
was
cool.
fun.
Like, I think it's a cool scene. It's just it's not like there's anything massive happening.
No.
We get the Yuffie sequence where you're playing as her. I think that's a lot of fun.
That was a really good dungeon. The swinging mechanic was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Did you guys give them the rough ride down the mountain or the easy
course.
one?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
No,
Come on.
I went with the other one.
Oh, you went with the other one?
Ooh.
Yeah, I immediately was like, I'm doing the rough ride down. Yeah, like you said earlier, Espy, I really like Lil Cloud.
Yep,
Cloud
he's
Jr.
good
is
stuff.
great.
Cloud Jr. Getting to
Corel.
Corel, yes. Learning a little bit about Bear a little bit more, but people don't like him there. I think that was you don't
really
spend a
liked-
whole lot of time there.
I liked Yuffie's trying to defend him.
Yes, I liked
it
that a
was
lot.
Really good.
Because they have kind of an antagonistic relationship, but I think that's a good way to show that like that's their way.
Like
of...
it's a fun little thing. It's not
Yeah.
and like Yuffie and Barrett have known each other for like a day or two.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't know this guy, but she's still
No.
gonna defend him. But that was a fun scene, and like I really love everything Barrett gets in Corel.
Yeah, I really like I guess just like talking about like you go up to Gold Saucer, and I guess let's leave Gold Saucer for a minute and let's just talk about Corel as a whole. We get the Dine stuff. I know this is a point of contention on the internet.
For some reason.
There are some people that think they ruined the Dine scene. Agro, I know you don't believe that.
That's crazy.
But SBOJ, you guys have any big thoughts about the Dine scene?
I thought it was really good. Like that might be top 3 like moments of the game for me. Honestly, is
Yeah.
I thought it was really good also. I think I liked how they expanded it, and like in the original game it kind of felt like, all right, Barrett's got to live with this guilt, right? But they definitely made him more like weighty.
Yeah. Well, and
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
what I saw a lot of people complaining about is, and this is something that like I think is so weird, but it's a thing now, is people don't like bad guys that are nuanced. They're like,
what does that mean?
they're like, why did you try to give him like trauma? Why can't he just be evil?
Oh,
Because that's not how
for
it
Dine?
works.
Yeah,
I mean,
for Dine. They
like-
were like, why did you change him to be like, because they thought that in original he was more just like
I don't even remember how he was in the
outright
original,
evil.
But like,
Man, people are weird.
And I don't.
He
yeah,
was
I
I
don't
will
know.
say,
yeah.
I'm gonna say the one problem I had, which I mean I had initially. I don't have feel it as strongly, but like OJ can attest to it. Was when the whole gang was going, "Oh, he's killed so many Shinra soldiers."
oh yeah.
Ah, it's such a horrible thing to do. We've killed. No one's died because of what we've done.
Well,
We
that's
definitely don't 5 minutes later shoot down a helicopter with multiple people in it. Then it explodes and they die. They scream to their deaths.
it's the Batman thing, right? Batman has never killed somebody, right? He sends everybody away broken.
No, but we kill people.
No,
Like it's not all
on
the time,
purpose.
and it's not like
On purpose.
offensively, and that's the difference. Is we do not like the gang does not set out to go kill people, unlike Dine did there, and that's where they draw the line. But like right after those people in that helicopter that Barrett shot down, that were trying to kill them all. To be clear,
Yeah.
to be, like
Yeah,
very
yeah.
fair. They were trying to kill the gang, but Barrett shot down that helicopter, and at least 2 people died. They screamed to their deaths that they exploded. That happens right after.
I think there's scenes later on in the game where they're trying to imply that like they're not killing people,
They're
Because-
trying to not kill people.
which is ridiculous. But like there's scenes where Cloud does kill people, and it's treated as like, oh my god, I can't believe he's doing this.
Well, it's that he's going out of his way to kill them when he doesn't have to.
I don't know. Even in the reactor, he doesn't go out of his way to kill them. They're attacking him in the reactor, and they still treat that scene like it's like, oh fuck, like this is a lot.
Like it's very unclear, and I wish it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wish it was just stated. But like from what I got from it is that like when we're just fighting random guys, most of the time they don't die. But we shot down that helicopter, they died. It's sad, but
I don't know. Like
there's
that.
nothing we could have done. Sort of thing.
I think this. Like, I don't really think this matters. I'll be honest.
No,
with
it doesn't.
You. Like,
it doesn't.
It's a
Like I said,
it's
it's
a
Batman
thing in
thing.
games like
Or Kiryu.
every
Kiryu's never murdered anyone.
almost every RPG does this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's the Batman thing. It's the Kiryu thing. You broke every single bone in their body, sent them to the hospital. They're gonna be breathing out of a tube for the rest of their life, but they're not dead.
They're not dead.
And if they die in the hospital,
That's
they
not-
were alive when you
yeah,
left.
that's
That's
not-
not on you. They should have been strong enough to get better. That's their fault.
I don't know. I wish they had had Dine accidentally kill an innocent. Or
They
two
should have. He
in
should have
the-
done
in the
that.
Crossfire.
He should have
Yeah.
while he
That
was in the
would've made it
saucer.
way better.
In the
Yeah.
saucer, he should have killed some random guy. Yeah.
Yeah. We go down into the
Shit, our
prison.
middle manager.
Oh.
Well, hang on. I'll stay on Dine for a second. Yeah, that was the scene that I cried during that scene. Like it's
Oh
God,
really
that
powerful.
the voice acting is
that
incredible.
Yeah.
boss fight is like.
pretty
I
difficult.
was not expecting to like it that much, but it's
It's really good.
I
It's
think
really
it's
good.
it's the most unique fight of
If
the
the
entire
game
game.
becomes a cover shooter.
Yeah.
It's really cool. And then I love getting chased down by the Turks afterwards. You're shooting
Yeah,
at the back of the
Palmer
car.
and Elena with her sea salt ice cream.
Dude, Palmer showing up is so fun.
Fucking
Yeah, you have to
Palmer.
make Palmer feel like he does something.
Yeah. Outside of that, in Corel as well, we go to the prison, which is a little thing, but I liked it. I liked the dude.
The prison was great.
Yeah,
I love Gus. What
yeah,
a fun guy.
I like whenever they have
Even
a
though he
weird.
kidnapped us and threatened to sell
Yeah.
everyone to slavery,
Don't worry
we
about
just
it.
kind of go whatever. But I can justify that in my head of going. It's
can?
them. Yeah, it's them going he has info we need, and we can just go along with it. Any of us can just break out of this prison in 5 seconds.
I guess. I don't think it makes what he's doing any better.
No, it doesn't. But I do like the party not treating it seriously. They know
Yeah.
that they could just break out, but it would be easier to get the info from him.
I
He
just-
do what he wants.
I like characters like this guy and like Gus and Scotch and Koch, where these are bad people.
Yeah.
But are they so much fun to watch?
Adam
Like,
M and Andre.
yeah,
And Choco-Bro Sam.
all of them. Bad people, but oh boy, are they eccentric and weird and fun.
Yeah, we gotta meet Billy again and Tess Zero.
Right,
Shout out to the
yes.
debug enemy from original FF7. Now with lines.
the evil Cactuar fight
Oh.
on the
I
mountain.
remember walking into there for the first time, and OJ was saying, I remember you were saying you had difficulty with that fight that's coming up, and I was like, oh, okay, it's probably not gonna be that difficult actually though. And then I see cactuses all over the place leading up to the fight. I know, Carl, I know. No, it's you, Sean. You were having so much trouble with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's not gonna be that bad. And then I walked up and saw the cactus. Man.
It was God.
That was a great time. And then
Let's talk about Gold Saucer.
Yeah,
I guess now.
yeah, exactly.
Jump back. Fucking love Gold Saucer. It's so cool. I think that's kind of something that we were all like, okay, if you're gonna do the big open world, if you're gonna do the 7 proper now, how you gotta nail Gold Saucer. I feel like Gold Saucer is as important to nail as Midgar is, you know, and I think they did. I loved Gold Saucer.
It was perfect.
I thought it was incredible. Which SB OJ?
I loved the Gold Saucer. I loved it. I thought it was so fun. I cannot believe how many mini games there were. I can't believe how much fun I had there, which I know I just said that, but really, I was just a big fan of the Gold Saucer. Just massive. Give me a whole mini game or a whole game that's just Gold Saucer, and I'm happy.
Well, you can play more in hit game Final Fantasy 14, SB.
Yeah.
All right, I quit.
Oh, OJ, what about you?
I guess really, I mean, it kind of goes to the same, on point of just the scale of it is insane to me.
Yeah.
There's so many venues, and they all have multiple mini games, and it's a lot.
It's the
there's a lot
same
going on.
size as Gold Saucer in the original FF7, except it's a AAA video game in 2024.
Yeah. My favorite mini game, and I'm gonna ask each of yours, but my favorite mini game was the one I didn't know was gonna be in the game. and it was the like on-rail space shooter. I had so much fun with that, and I had no idea that was going to be in it. OJ, what was your favorite?
I guess the Choco-Bro racing.
Yeah. It had a lot more depth
Yeah.
than I was expecting it to.
I
really
wish it was
enjoyed
harder.
I did love
That-
Birth by Sleep racing.
Yeah.
Very fun.
There were too many races, but like I didn't dislike it.
I do wish it was a little harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my only complaint
Agra?
with the Chocobo races.
Probably Choco-Bros, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if I had to think about it a bit more, I probably might think of something else, but off the top of my head, that's it.
What about you?
I enjoyed it toward the end.
Yep. I think Chocobo races. Again, I just same sentiment. I wish it was harder. Like, I hate games that just hand it to you, right? Like, I'm not saying like break my balls hard, but like I want something that's like not just a gimme. And Chocobo races were kind of a gimme.
I will use now to shout out the Shinra Middle Manager side quest toward the end
Yeah,
in the Chocobo
yeah.
race
Yeah.
of the Crazy Chocobo from 13-2 remix, which is crazy as it like. I believe that is the only song other than Battle on the Big Bridge that is not from original FF7 or not from a FF7 piece of media. I mean,
Yeah.
that is in the game, and man, I'm so happy they used it.
Um,
One of the best.
What was your guys' least favorite? Mine was the fucking boxing game.
Oh.
Yep. Awful. They could have done so much better. It just my thing was like it's impossible to know like what move they're doing.
So hard. So I mean, like I know the tells are there, but I just couldn't fucking like.
It was shockingly difficult. Like,
It was
because
really
like
difficult.
because like they all have telegraphs, but like I don't know why they're so.
They're also
like-
similar and they're quick.
Yeah,
they're all-
very, very difficult.
You got to be like fucking like frame perfect with it.
I just started pause buffering it.
Even pause buffering, I was having trouble just because they all look so similar that I was like, I sometimes I'd be like, I don't fucking know what he's about to do. Especially, I had an okay time doing like the normal fights, but especially the upper manager when he does, or the middle manager when he does, he uses all of them, so you need to be ready to block anything. That's where I was like, I don't fucking remember what this one he's about to do is. I only won that one because his combo is set. So I memorized his combo and was able to like get him during his combos.
Did you beat the last one, Sean?
I haven't done the last one yet. I know what it is, but I haven't done it. Anybody have anything else for? Oh, well, okay. We get introduced to Kate Sith here. So, OJ, I think
guy.
you have the strongest feelings on Kate Sith.
Do I? I guess I
I
do.
think so.
I really enjoyed him. I don't know. Like, I think he was by far worst character in the OG, right? But like,
no
Yeah.
question. No question.
and like I had no idea how they could even begin to handle this guy because like he's I don't know, like, because the problem with OG7 is like he's a really good like concept of a party member, I think, who they just never do anything meaningful with. And in this, like, he's really fun, but like you could tell, like, I don't know, like you could tell he actually like cares about them, which I don't think they communicated well in the OG7.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but like he's like whenever he's on screen, like it's usually pretty funny.
Yeah.
And like not in like the obnoxious way, like he's very like he's like super like like he's like very like earnest about what he's doing. You know?
Yeah. I loved him. I thought he was great. I remember when the game came out, you were like, they saved Cade Sith. You were like really,
Yeah, they did.
You were passionate about him, about him. I thought it was funny. Yeah, no, I loved him in this. I every time I just you can know. I don't.
one of my favorite moments might be Barrett doing a fake Scottish accent to make
Yeah.
fun of Kate.
Yeah.
What a good time.
So we're all in agreement that Reeve is just like a furry, right?
Probably.
Weird furry freak
Weird
guy.
little furry guy. Like, cause why does he do it? I mean, like, I know why he does it now, but like in Advent Children, why does he keep doing it? You know?
Like
Like,
they ask him that, to be clear.
yeah.
I believe in Dirge, Vincent calls him out and on it of going like, why?
Yeah.
We all know who you are. You don't have to keep doing that.
I cannot stop.
He just hands waves it.
I cannot stop. Yeah, I loved him. It took me a while to learn how to play him. It actually took me until they forced me to later in the game.
Yeah, definitely my least favorite gameplay wise.
But I really like him now that I'm starting to learn how to play him.
He's fun once you get to know him, like learn him. But still, even at the end of the day, the risk is not worth the reward for me for what he can do. But that's just me. I'm sure I'll use him a bunch in the third game.
I won't. If I didn't have to use him, I wouldn't. I hate him. He was the worst part of the game.
I hate you.
We get another...
He was awful. He was awful, and you're bad for thinking otherwise.
Oh no!
Wow.
We get another Zack scene here, right? Because Cloud sleeps.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually really important and relevant. And I don't know about the scene itself, but so okay, our friend Mike beat the game yesterday, and I was talking about like we're gonna jump ahead to the ending for just a second. We're not gonna talk too much about it, but I need to set up what I'm about to say here. Cloud sees the rift in the sky at the beginning or at the end. And my theory that I've had so far was positing that I think there's something different about Cloud after the events of the ending, and that he is able to see more than everybody else is. And Mike said that he didn't think that was ever like set up, like there was no indication of that. And I didn't say anything at the time because I wasn't thinking about it. But then I was thinking back, and I think it's interesting that here they very clearly show us that he is experiencing in some way the other world.
Well, I mean, I think a big thing that we're not thinking about enough is that Cloud had the weird flashback forward back things in the first game.
Yeah.
He was having it all the way back then.
Yeah.
And here he can see through the other Cloud seemingly. So I don't know I haven't really thought about this, but that is
I think
the thing I've noticed.
I think they're trying to imply that he is more closely connected to the live stream in a way that Aerith and Red 13 are, or Nanaki. But I'm not sure why, or like if it even matters why or what. But I think it's very interesting.
Just the like, I think what they'll probably go for is the Aerith and Sephiroth playing tug of war with Cloud. And probably him just, that being a consequence of it.
Yeah.
And specifically I know we'll go back to it later, but at the end, him going through the portal thing when no one else does is probably the big thing. But back to the Gold Saucer. Who do you got for the first date?
Aerith. I got Aerith
Tifa.
on both.
Me too.
Tifa. Best answer?
OJ?
I got Tifa on both.
Okay.
Good guy.
I've not gone back to watch the other first dates.
Neither have I.
There's too much different.
It is kind of interesting.
I know
so if you could only get dates with the girls the first time. If you have affection with Red or Barrett at their like highest, fucking Cloud is just alone. There's actually there's actually some unique dialogue if you do that. Like fucking Aerith kind of makes fun of him.
That's funny. You guys have anything else about Gold Saucer before we move on to Gungaga?
I think we're good for now, but you missed one section.
Which section?
The Corel Desert and the
buggy.
Buggy.
But I don't care. Like,
I mean,
it's probably the low light of the open world. I'd say.
It's also because like it's the area that I want to say it's like the only area that the quest just drive through it. The main quest, at least. I will say, like, if we're gonna
Nebel does that.
But I mean, like, you have to go around to places in it. Where in the desert, I literally think there's not a quest objective in the desert.
Well, I mean, for Nibelheim, once you get to Nibel, it goes straight to Nibelheim. Follow the road straight to Nibelheim.
Yeah,
and
I guess that's true, yeah.
Once you leave Nibelheim, the quest just go back to the airport.
That's true, yeah.
You don't have to do any of Nibel.
I still think it's more exploration than...
It's more exploration there.
Than the desert is. In terms of main story stuff. I hated that fucking desert. I hated the monsters that ate me.
The buggy was faster. That'd be nice.
Yeah, the animation's long. The enemies that eat you, I hate them.
Yep, awful.
Awful. Make me very
I've
mad.
never had a problem with them.
Well, you know what, Aggro? Aren't you just a special little pony, aren't you?
Now, one of my favorite moments playing the game that is unique to me
Yeah.
is everyone got in the buggy one time, and Aerith wasn't there.
Oh.
I was like, oh,
no.
did the game glitch to a different state? Is Aerith gonna die?
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Rip. And then I thought 2 seconds. Then we got out of the. Then I got out of the buggy and got back immediately, and she was there. I was like, oh, it's just a glitch.
Yeah.
But for a second, I thought I got spoiled by the video game glitching out for just a second.
That's very
Can you
funny.
imagine?
It's also a very
That-
weird
yeah.
thing to think might happen.
I don't know. Look. I had a lot on my mind.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I had been streaming for 30 hours.
Yeah,
over
yeah.
2 days.
Yeah.
So.
Last thing I'm gonna say about the desert is, again, I already said this before, but fuck those cactuar minigames. Actually, the worst thing in the whole game.
Shout out to Kid G. What a guy.
He was fun. He was fun.
What a guy. What a unique, brand new.
More like
character.
more like Kid P.
We
Gongaga.
move on. We move on to the area that destroyed marriages. Very controversial. Everybody is very upset about Gongaga, which I understand. I really don't like the bounce pad stuff. I think it would be a lot better if it was like Cosmo Canyon, where you can teleport to any of the pads. Beyond that, like I see people saying they hate the music, and I think the music's really good.
Boo to them.
I like
What
the music a
good
lot.
Song. Great song.
Uh,
That's what I have to say.
yeah, I think the Proto Relic is really fun and very cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love getting the more Turk stuff, and those are fun combat challenges. You got to do Rude and Elena 3 times in this game due to that. But it's a good one.
I realized that back in for the Coral Desert, were there any side quests that you guys thought were like, I didn't think so. Like, I can't think of
No.
anything.
Not
And
really.
similarly for Gungaga, there's some side quests with Cisne that I think are pretty fun. I like the one with Yuffie, where Yuffie trains that guy.
Yeah, well, so the thing is, that one's fun. I love Cloud doing the squat, showing him how to do the squats.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Both Barrett ones are really good.
Well, one of them... Oh, wait, which are the 2 Barrett ones?
The storybook one, and the
Oh,
one
yeah.
with the gun arm guy. Like,
Yes,
the one guy
both
who's
of
very
those are
interested in
very
his
good.
gun.
Yeah, I forgot about those.
Like, I really liked his conversation he had with the guy, like
Yeah.
talking about how, like, yeah, it's a gun grafted to your arm, but it doesn't have to be a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's about what you do with it.
Yeah, I like that
Honestly,
one.
I think the Gungaga side quests were all really good, except the chicken one. That can rot.
It's pretty
But
bad.
it has the best ending.
It's pretty
Yeah.
insane ending. Absolutely insane ending.
SB, what did you think of the side quest in Gungaga?
Chicken one, painful, but it's understandable. Like I like how they're like, really, are you gonna have to do this a lot? And then you don't. Like the third one is just like, hey, big fight. And then you eat, right? I don't know. Gungaga was the turning point for me where I was like, all right, I really want to get this done. And like Gungaga was good, but like that's where I started kind of like just knock stuff out and try to like make it through.
I think it doesn't help that Gungaga has one of the best story sections in the whole game. Like, it's really exciting.
Yeah.
All the stuff with the reactor, like, it's very snappy. Like, because you have this big snappy action set piece with, Cloud, Barrett, and either Red or Kate, I guess. No, Kate, right? Red stays behind? Doesn't it have to
No,
be
Red's
Barrett
with
and
you.
Kate? Oh, okay.
Red-
Maybe I
Red's
just
with-
chose to use
Yeah,
Kate.
it's just it's all the guys with you, and then the girls will come later.
Right. So the guys have, like, a big action, like, set piece they go through.
Honestly,
and then
that is probably the most contrived instance of we should split the party.
it is very weird.
You
that they
guys
split
stay
it.
here.
It's a man's
You
job.
girls
It's
stay
a man's job, aggro.
Clip it. But then, like, and it's a fun fight scene. I like the specimen fight scene at the end of it. And then it's like, all right, now it's time for the girls to have a big action set piece that starts with them like, all right, guys, get on your jets. We gotta fucking move. And it's like so. I loved the mechanic at that moment because it's the first time you're using it. And so I'm like, and it was pretty straightforward to get to
Yeah.
where you're going. So I'm like, oh, this feels great. Later on, I would come to regret my feelings on this, but I love their traversal. I love adding the grappling hook in during that section. I love the fight against
good bit.
Scarlet. Is really
Oh,
good.
I loved getting to fight that mech again.
Yeah.
It was a really good fight in the Integrate DLC, and they made it better here. Now, I will say that's one of the hardest
Yes.
fights I had in the whole game.
Yeah, it was hard.
It was figuring out what to do with this team. Like, I didn't know Yuffie well enough then to understand how broken she was. I didn't know exactly how to use Tifa in the right way. And so I ended up... That's where I learned about Radiant Ward and how good that is because I had to figure it out in that fight. And, like, the way my save was set up, I would have lost a bunch if I had to go back.
Yeah.
But that was a great fight. The whole reactor segment was fantastic.
Then Genova would become anyone to trick you. Like, oh
It's a great thing.
God,
It's a great scene.
Such a good scene. And then
Absolutely.
all this shit with her, we get our first look at what the live stream journey is gonna be like in part 3.
Man, I loved getting that look at like Tifa's character for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool.
But also, I think it's like a really important, like, okay, it does so much because we see a really like these really cool visuals that I'm sure we'll see more of when Cloud has his moment in the third game. It does a lot for Tifa as a character, but also we get a kind of a peek behind the curtain of what the planet's doing. Right? We see the planet's war essentially with Sephiroth represented through the weapons and the Whispers fighting, and I just thought that was really neat. Like, it's a way to kind of show a different side of what's going on than what our heroes are seeing, that I think works really well, for me at least.
And also, I believe that's the introduction to the White Whispers.
It
That
is,
scene.
yes.
And yeah, like that's one of those segments of just, man, what a good segment. And I like that. I'm very happy that the rest of the gang did not see what Cloud did, because Tifa's the only one in like enough of in a sort of state and like mindset where she'll just go, it's fine, don't worry about it, just don't think about it. Cloud will get better, you know.
Yeah.
Barrett
would have killed him.
Barrett would have actually killed him. Or at the very least, like Barrett would, like, with no exaggeration, Barrett would have told him to stay in Gungaga.
Yeah, they would have left him behind with like
for his out of concern for him.
Yeah.
But Tifa is in the biggest state of denial ever, and so we'll just pretend everything's fine. Also, shout out to the look when Aerith and Tifa gives Cloud when he calls Zack a loser.
Oh yeah, the Cloud cuck scene. It's pretty great.
Man, I also I want to talk about Sisney. I love Sisney. She's so cool. I'm very, very happy the 2 songs that I wanted from Crisis Core. Like there are, I think in the whole game there are 2 songs I remember. There's The Price of Freedom and its variations, and then Under the Apple Tree and its variations. And those are the 2 that got remixed in this game. From that, like,
that's funny.
I'm very, very happy about that, and I'm glad I played in that segment. Very interesting to see Sisney still being a Turk, but I guess that makes sense. She is a player character in before Crisis, and so she has to be with the Turks later. But with like what they gave her in Crisis Core, I assumed she would have left by this point. But
I like the idea of her like defending or like keeping an eye on Gungaga though. Like
like her and all the other Turks outside the 4 we know in the suits are like in hiding, so it makes sense that she, of all the places she'd go there. It's also Zack asked her to check in on his parents.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Did you guys get the dialogue? I saw some dialogue with her where she's like, you can ask me one question.
Yeah.
Did you ask her about Zack?
I have no idea what I asked her.
Because she says some weird stuff about it.
Doesn't she just... Wait, no, I asked her about her name, I think.
Yeah, I did too. I saw...
You guys heard about the name Sisney?
I saw...
That's not her... Yeah, that's right.
I saw a clip of what happens if you ask her about the guy or whatever. If you ask her about Zach, and she talks about him a little bit, and she says that she's like, this is gonna sound very weird, but I'm responsible for him losing a lot of his life. And
yeah, I think that's the one I did.
Well,
like,
so at the end of Crisis Core, I think she's blaming herself is all it is.
She does,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, so the interesting thing that she says is not that, but she starts with that, and then she talks about how she's like, and sometimes I feel like he's there, and I feel like just close my eyes, and when I open them, he's gonna be back here, and maybe that's selfish of me to want or whatever. But she's like, I feel like, but she talks about it in a way that like feels very, it could be like nothing, but it's very interesting language that she uses to describe her connection to Zach.
Yeah, and I like the addition of she'd go to Gongaga and she'd blame herself because we end her arc. We don't even see it. Honestly, that's probably one of Crisis Core's biggest failures at the end is she goes off on the helicopter and Sung tells her, "You are going to save Zach's life."
Yeah.
Like that is the line. That is the exact line he tells her. You're gonna do it. And then we never see her again. And she doesn't show up the whole rest of the game. Yeah. So we just kind of have to assume she didn't make it in time. Like she just feels bad about it. And so I'm glad they did that. I hope we get a little bit more of her next game. That'd be nice.
I think her and Zach are gonna meet again.
Oh, I hope so.
I feel like that dialogue
I need it.
Is them.
I'm very excited for when she leans in and whisper her name and we don't hear it.
Yep.
Because her name is whatever the player made up when they picked her as the player character.
Yeah.
But
my name is Shuriken.
Does anybody have anything else about Gongaga until we go meet the goat?
Oh man, Aggro, you missed the you missed the big thing, Aggro, that you reacted to. So stupid. After the whole live stream bit, right? And Cloud and Tifa are in the room, and Tifa.
She flashes him.
No, well that, but also
that, yeah.
But her fucking arms don't have the don't have the things on.
Oh.
Aggro was very disgusted by that.
It was weird. I mean, I remember the scene from the sink, but also, that scene where they almost kiss, and then Kate and Yuffie are like,
yes, it's so good.
They're gonna do it. Yuffie's very clearly Team Tifa.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Do you want to talk about that right now? Can we talk about that for a second?
Why not?
I think everybody. I don't understand the conversation because to me, the game does a really good job of explaining what all these relationships are, And this is I'm gonna talk about the Aerith date for a second. In the Aerith date, she expands and pretty much just says what has been clear, but she puts it into words that yes, I met you, and my initial attraction to you is because of you reminded me of somebody else, Zach. But I've grown to like the little glimpses of the real you that I get to see, and I want to see more. I want you to open up, and I want that connection. And I think that what they're going for, and to me this seems really obvious by the way that everybody reacts around them, is the idea is Cloud could have something with either of them. But the tragedy of the story is that doesn't matter because Aerith dies. It does not matter that there is something that could have been explored there because she does not live in long enough for them to do that, right?
Yeah, they are never, as a group, they're never in a position to do anything about it. As a person, Cloud's never in a position to do anything about it. Specifically, I was thinking recently about the parallels of Aerith is actively trying to see the real Cloud. She's trying to see that, whereas Tifa is on the other side of actively trying not to.
I don't know if that's fair. I feel like Tifa is...
That's a key part of her character.
I feel like Tifa is trying to... She's not trying to force it out of him. I think she's waiting for him, is the difference. I don't think that she's not trying to see it. I think Tifa is trying to give him space to do it on his own, and Aerith is more straightforward in prompting it.
I would disagree. I think that's one of my favorite parts of Tifa, especially like in original and in everything else of like when Cloud's about to find out and she's just like begging him to close his eyes and stop listening. Because
I don't know, maybe it's just the way that she acts in this that I get that interpretation.
Maybe. Tifa's like a much more selfish person than most people assume, and much more than she lets on.
Careful.
Tifa's one of my favorites, and people talking about her as if she's this flawless like angel, I hate so much.
People do it about both of them, and so weird. So weird.
Like the fact that she doesn't do anything because she does things because she wants people to be happy. She joins she joins a terrorist cell because they're the only friends she has. She doesn't believe in any of it.
Well, I
mean, she kind of does.
It might be time to tell Sean about the date.
Anyways, my interpretation of all of it is the idea of like could have gone either way, but it doesn't matter because Aerith's gone, and so it's gonna be like him and Tifa. But like I don't know. People are so weird about it.
I am still very impressed by the way they kind of handle the romance in this game because like
they do a great job.
It's very ballsy. It's very ballsy to me because like they're very explicit in the way they're explicit without saying it outright in a lot of ways.
In that like they have feelings for Cloud and Cloud has feelings for both of them.
I think the
subtlety of it being done well. And I think Tifa, I love Aerith like egging Cloud and Tifa on. Like Aerith and Tifa are obviously like they both know the other knows.
Yeah.
And like they'll figure it out some other time. Like it's not something to worry about right now.
I think the game does a good job of balancing it as like I feel like there isn't a Cloud. I feel like I don't think there is a clear, if Aerith lived, this is who Cloud would have ended up with. I think they do a good job of riding the middle line of like, it could have gone either way, but it doesn't matter that it could have gone either way because Aerith is dead. So that's
an interesting part of Cloud and Tifa's dynamic that they like. It is implied in Advent Children of the like that's hanging over them. For it.
Yeah. But. Anybody have anything else about Gungaga before Sid?
No.
Gungaga. I'm here. You guys just looked far more into this game than I did. I just played it. I was like, God, I hope he ends up with Tifa. I did not give a shit about the Aerith romance at all.
Well, I think we're done Choco-Bros forever, Espy. I'm sorry.
I didn't say it was bad. It just wasn't anything like I was giving a shit about, man.
Oh, okay.
So we go meet Sid. What did you guys think of the new Sid? Very different.
Very different.
He's good though.
I like him a lot.
I think it's too soon to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I feel the same way about him and Vincent that I felt about Red at the end of Remake, where I was like, I like what I see of him, but he's not really in it a lot, so I'm gonna have to wait and see.
I'm very interested to find out his backstory with Evalna.
Yes.
I think it's in the book, but I could be wrong.
I remember this.
It's
I
unclear.
remember you saying this.
I don't want to go into it because it's like possible, but I don't know.
I think my reading so far is very surface of it. He talks about how like he wanted to fly, he wanted to go into space, but he ended up just being a grease wrench monkey for Shinra at like, and he kind of implies, like the implication that I got is that he was essentially working as like an electrician in the Shinra HQ.
It sound like, but
and
like,
so that's
that
why
make any sense.
But it doesn't. It kind of doesn't make sense with what we know before. But if he's just an electrician in the Shinra HQ, that's where Falna and Aerith are being held. So I can understand how he would have run into them at some point. At that,
But like, how are they gonna fit? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how are they gonna fit in the the spaceship and what's her name? His not wife.
I mean, maybe they're gonna do like something where all that stuff happened and something went wrong and his punishment was like being an electrician, and then that's when he meets.
I think the most likely one is that like he just wanted to understate how big of a deal he was for Shinra.
Yeah, okay.
But
yeah, I got no
don't know.
idea. It's hard to tell until
I hope they at some point, even if it's in a side quest or something, this is a very me thing. I hope they lead into, in some aspect of the story, the fact that in Before Crisis, it is Avalanche purposely sabotages the rocket launch.
Oh, I feel like they'll definitely.
And like the fact that it's Avalanche, I hope they do something with it.
Well, I think that like
even if it's a small little thing.
I think that Avalanche is going to be a really big deal in Part 3 in terms of we need to have the big moment of Rufus's reveals of everything. Yeah. And I think that could probably be part of it, is the big reveal of like, what Rufus had Avalanche do over the course of the years. So we go to Cosmo Canyon. I really don't have a whole lot to say about the open world of Cosmo Canyon. I really didn't care for like any of the side quests there. I thought they were all just fine. I like the traversal system in it. The big thing I want to say is I'm really shocked that the Proto Relic is side content here, because I feel like Barrett and Tifa dealing with the loss from the end of Remake is so important to their characters that it's really surprising to me that it's optional content.
I was not as surprised by it as you all seem to be. Like, it's a good part of like their character arc, but like there's interesting bits for everyone inside. I guess, quests.
But it's so much more important than any of the other Proto Relics.
Yeah, that's true. It's also the only one that doesn't involve Gilgamesh in any way.
Yeah.
Actually, well, I guess not Beck's gang.
Yeah.
But. Also, FF12 reference, shout out, Gambits.
Yeah.
Yay.
SB, OJ, what did you guys think of the sad scene with?
I could not give a shit less about Wedge. I thought he was. What? I thought he was so fucking needless in Remake.
No.
God,
SB's choosing violence.
Oh my God.
Just big ol' haha. I'm the big guy with a big heart. Oh, I died, but I love food. Like,
SB, I know that you didn't like this game, but you need to calm down.
I love this game.
I don't know.
It felt, I don't know, just like Wedge, just waste of a character, honestly.
Waste of a character.
Oh,
no. Jessie's fine. She's got that even Jessie's kind of annoying.
Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. No. Jesse's the love of my life.
Your opinions are valid now.
You're a bad person.
I am not a bad person. I have opinions that are different, and you guys don't like it.
I was fine with the Wedge one. The Jessie one's too far.
No, Jessie's like, she has like, oh, haha, I'm quirky. Like,
I'm gonna punch you through my computer.
If any character in Final Fantasy VII Remake said, I'm not like other girls, who would say it? I rest my case. No. Aerith would have a fucking tea party and make Cloud sit down for it.
No, it would be Yuffie. It'd be Yuffie.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be Yuffie.
Elena would probably also say it too.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know, like the proto relic content was good, like the gears and gambits. I love playing Final Fantasy 12, but like my God, like Wedge's dead. He was not that big of a fucking deal. He's just a catalyst for them to keep going when there's a million other catalysts. Like Barrett does not need Wedge dying to fucking hate Shinra.
This is the worst take you have about this game.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
That's okay.
Like I might have agreed with you if this was in like FF7 original, but their relationship is so much more important in the remake. Like it's
not to me
30-hour experience in the first game.
Fucking, I genuinely think I would have enjoyed remake more without Wedge.
Why do you dislike him so much?
He's just I just hate the trope of like, I'm the big guy. Oh, I love food. Like, it just instantly turns me off of a character. The only time I've seen it done well, shout out to Sea of Stars, is Garl.
Garl's pretty good.
Garl, done well. Wedge, stupid.
Anyways, what I think is interesting about this Proto Relic is we kind of hear Wedge from the life stream.
Oh yeah.
Cringe.
Oh yeah.
Which
man.
is part of the reason I think that's interesting is I think it might It might be another piece of the like.
I don't
Other
think
worlds?
it means anything.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's the most meaningless thing ever. It
Just
means
like Wedge.
absolutely nothing.
I disagree. I
think it means as much as Gilgamesh hopping into another world through a portal. Like,
Oh shit.
I don't know. I think that there's something to be said about the fact that like that Biggs is like going through all this otherworld stuff, and we don't ever see like Wedge or Jesse, but like we kind of get the implication here of Wedge like being with the live stream. Like, I think that's not like, it's not important, but I think it tells us a little bit about how all of this works.
Okay, I can see what you mean.
You know?
I think it's specifically him talking out from the live stream.
Oh, no. Just the fact that, like, it seems like Wedge was satisfied.
Wedge actually, like, Wedge and Biggs have the same character thing of they both feel like they're the useless one of the group. They don't do anything, and Wedge got to save everyone. He got his closure, and he got thrown off a building.
And so he passes on, it feels, into the live stream or whatever, where it feels like Biggs still had work to do. And so I like to imagine that when he gets shot at the end of the game, he's now in the live stream with Wedge and Jesse, and he got his closure throughout the events of this game.
I completely forgot that happened. Genuinely.
That he gets shot?
Yeah, I completely fucking like forgot about that.
Okay. The red dungeon, my least favorite dungeon in the game.
That's a great dungeon.
Cosmo Canyon.
That's a great
Cosmo
dungeon.
Canyon first.
Oh yeah. Do you have anything else to say about Cosmo Canyon?
I meant the city, like the location.
Oh, the city's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. Do you like the...
I love that it's they're talking like the talk, but it's a tourist destination.
Yeah.
Like, none of them are doing anything about
No.
it. It's just like, it's fine. The planet will take care of itself.
Do you like the random NPC that explains the entire plot of the game?
Let's not go into that one. I've only read it once. I'd rather not bring that one up.
You don't want to talk about the NPC that just lays it all out?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I've seen it a second time.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in the third game prediction podcast in 3 years.
Oh, God.
I did like the choir that sings the Advent Children's song. That was fun.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the Queensblood guy who is signing and Cloud knows sign.
Yes, that is very cool. That's very cool.
fun.
Yeah.
Also, Bugenhagen, really fun. I love what they did with Bugenhagen in this game.
Yeah, he kind of has like a character arc.
Yeah,
that he
him
goes
just
through.
like going, like Tifa telling him, "Yeah, I was in the live stream and there were the weapons," and he's just like, "No, you're crazy kids. You have no idea what you're talking about." And Tifa, like, I really like Tifa's arc in Cosmo Canyon of like, she never really believed in all of it. Like, it was sure she's like, yeah, we're gonna save the planet, yada yada, but in a vague sense, the vague way that everyone else at Cosmo Canyon believes it. Like, it'll do something, it'll fix the planet in some way. But like, her actively trying to do something about it and not knowing what to do. I really like her arc there.
Yeah.
And Aerith's speech at the fire was also very, very good.
I think it's funny that Cloud can be the biggest dick in the world during that scene if you want him to be.
I watched that scene. I wanted to die.
That's enough. Everybody goes quiet. Like, yeah. I thought Cosmo Canyon was cool. OJSB, any big thoughts on the city?
Queensblood was fun.
Yeah.
No, it felt. I think it benefited a lot from like the expansion of like from FF1 from OG FF7 to Rebirth. Like, it felt like a really cool, like, if you say like this is a town where shit happens, like astral projection and stuff, it's like, yeah, like I see it. It just it fit the bill is what I'm going for. That's it. Watch sucks.
We get the red dungeon, my least favorite dungeon in the game. Not because of its
Really
content, but I just don't love playing red.
Yeah,
probably my
Red.
least
I
favorite
do
character to
not
play.
understand your Red, like the dislike for Red.
Second
Red was
least
in my
favorite
main party
character.
for almost the entire game.
Yeah, he's
That's
my,
crazy.
He's my
Yeah.
like absolute favorite to play as.
Yeah,
No, the
no,
right
Like,
answer is
he's-
Claude.
He might be the most broken next to Yuffie, I think.
mhm.
Probably. Well, maybe Tifa, but
I think they're all very strong.
Aerith probably. Yeah. Red probably has the highest damage output outside of like Tifa.
Yeah. Maybe
won't
I
catch
just
me
never
using them.
learned how to use them.
You won't catch me
Right.
using him.
Well, that's the thing. Red is the best third. He is
See,
great.
I-
Like,
We
you
talked about
don't
this.
touch him, and then
He never really did much for me if I never used him. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't use it much. But I think it's a good dungeon. It like it's fine. They do a good job with the Seto moment at the end.
Yeah.
And then we get what I think this is fine. This might be one of the parts where I'm like, I don't know that I needed this. Which is
this
the
is one of the
tribe
best
with the black
changes in the whole
materia.
thing.
It's just I don't know if I
it's
needed
so
an
good.
explanation. Although I read a thread where that was talking about this scene, and they talked about the translation, and the translation apparently they said that like the wording in English makes it sound like the Gi came from another planet, and they kind of the wording in the translation they did almost made me feel more like a convergence of like the worlds that we're seeing.
Well, I think it's like purposely very vague what their deal is. It's like they came from another planet, another world, another like.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters necessarily. I think it's just the Gi came from the Gi are other. They are not part of the life stream.
So yeah, but the quote was, "Our home, our planet grew old and tired, and in time became one with your own. The sky split open, the earth cracked, the seas dried up, and time ran out of joint." And I guess they talk about how, like at one point they talk about, when the planet starts to die, when the life stream starts to like die, it starts like time starts to get weird. And yeah, so
Dirge lore.
Yeah, it's a little more interesting, I think, with that in context. But this was just, I think what is weird about it is that this scene happens like in the middle of the Seto scene, and then we go back to the Seto scene afterwards. I think if we didn't have that moment again afterwards of Red like kind of repeating the scene that he just had before all the Gi stuff, I think it would work better for me. But the fact that it kind of repeats afterwards makes it feel a little like
I think it works perfectly fine. It's the moment after is Red going like, I'm going to fix it. I'm gonna make it like right this time. You know, like
yeah. I guess it's hard to judge since seemingly the Gi will be a big part of the next game.
Certainly. Red's that side quest with Red, like to me guaranteed that's gonna be his like character arc in that game, is figuring out how to help the Gi move on, or let them into the life stream or whatever. Since he has no character arc past Cosmic Any in the original game at all.
Yeah.
But like I really, really loved that Gi segment. The addition of the black materia not just being some nebulous evil thing and instead being what it is. Like it also like it leaned into, again, the materia are memories. And the fact that it's their memories that made that. Like it really works. And also like I think it works better later on when we do the reveal of the black materia was actually between worlds, seemingly.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to that. SBOJ, any big thoughts on the Gi tribe?
Not convinced it's not Len. I tried to follow as best as I could, but
Yeah.
like Red 13 isn't super compelling to me, so I was like, okay.
Ooh,
Dude, I'm telling you, if characters aren't cool, they're not cool. Kate Sith sucks and Red's
All right.
fine.
We
Red's
go
okay.
to Nebel. My favorite open world.
Y'all are
I
mad
love
I'm willing to
riding
say
around on
what
that
everybody's
Choco-Bo.
thinking. Everybody's thinking Red sucks, and I'm
So
willing to say
good.
it.
S tier. Red is an S tier
No.
character.
Can we not
B.
do this? We're 3
B.
hours into
Yes,
this
we
podcast.
can.
Yeah.
We are 3
No.
hours
We haven't
in.
even gotten to the ending yet.
Let's
Hurry
go.
up!
I'm trying.
Stop talking about bad characters.
This is the aggro uses the restroom break.
We get to Nebel. My favorite traversal. I love that little chocobo. It's cool with the jets.
Yeah,
water
he's
jet.
the best Chocobo.
I like the change from like them being like we're gaslighting people to, no, this is just like a Shinra medical base type thing.
Yeah.
I like that change. I think it works. The proto relic here is fun. I like when Sephiroth shows up and is like, I'm gonna let you deal with this. like he looks at Gilgamesh is like, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah. He's like, all right, you got this.
You got this. This isn't worth my time. Side quest wise here, I don't know. Are there any like really? Oh, I guess there's the underground, like the. Yeah, that was fine. I liked that. I liked how that resolved with, it resolved Billy's storyline. I liked the Hojo's like weird battle arena underneath the manor. That was cool.
That also felt like it overstayed its welcome. Like, there was too many battles in it.
Yeah, that one's fine. It gives us isn't that the one that gives us Aerith's theme on the piano? Yeah, so I like it for that. Yeah, outside of that, like, the trip up the mountain is fun. I like the party that you have there. I like the scene on the way up the mountain where, starts quoting Sephiroth, and Tifa's like, I'm in danger. Oh no.
Ha ha ha.
This is bad. Oh yeah, the Cloud and Zack. He starts to remember, but he's remembering wrong still. I like this inclusion.
So good.
I think this is really cool.
I really like that addition. It's like it brings a interesting new dynamic, and especially later on when we introduce when he brings it up to Tifa later.
It's so funny. I love he looks at Tifa's like, Tifa, Zack was the other soldier that died. And Tifa's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but there's that little bit where he starts talking about him, and Tifa has the look of panic of, oh no,
Yeah.
is he about to realize now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the slow realization of, this is bad.
This is bad.
This is way worse than I thought.
Oh no, he's quoting Sephiroth.
I'm like, oh yeah, he does do that. It's not what is it? It's not a
death, it's a reunion or whatever. Or homecoming. It's a homecoming. Yeah.
Man, it's very good. I also love that both in Aerith and Tifa's dates we flash back to Tifa be going like, so Cloud knows that Zack was in Nibelheim.
Yeah.
What a good game. I loved Nibelheim. It was really good. Honestly, I liked what they did with it better than I do like in Original 7 of the whole time being like gaslighting them, but I like what they do. I like what they did here. I think it works better in the type of game this is.
And then we get to my favorite dungeon of the whole game. Where I get to play as my favorite character, Kate Sith.
There's no way this is your favorite dungeon.
Look, I'm just saying it's like a skill issue,
just not fun.
I'm just saying,
what are you talking about?
I got through it pretty quickly, pretty painlessly, and it was a lot of fun for me.
Did you drink?
No,
That's the only way it's painless if you drink.
No, it was easy.
I thought
fun.
at the end of the day, I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Also, nice
Crack
dirge
smokers.
of Cerberus reference in the dungeon. I can't wait for the third game to also have one, since Remake and Rebirth both have.
Playing, I love playing as Kate Sith. I love getting to just roly-poly through all the fucking boxes. I like the way that, I liked that dungeon because I started to learn how to play him, and I was like, oh, actually, I like playing this guy a lot. He's pretty fun.
Crack smokers unite!
That yin-yang fight.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh god. Oh no, the yin-yang fight was fine.
The adjudicators right before
The
that.
adjudicators were fucking... I wanted to yell
dude.
bad words.
Skill issue is all I can say. Is
The way
Sean.
I won the yin-yang fight was basically like both of us doing the suicide move at the same time, and I just happened to win out. I guess it was very fun to watch.
I'm just saying, SB, you're saying, oh, dude, it was so frustrating, and I'm just saying.
Well, it
dude,
was also just bad.
I don't know, dude. It sounds
Yes,
like,
it
sounds like
was
you're just
very
mad,
bad.
dude.
Yeah, I'm mad that I paid too much money to play that fucking bullshit.
Oh, so you didn't like the game?
I loved the game, just not that section.
Yeah, Esri's
You-
the most negative
Have you?
one on the
Yeah,
podcast.
SB,
No,
have you
I
noticed
just-
that you've been the
Listen,
most negative so
my
far.
my brain is off, and then you activate my fucking sleeper agent like Kate Sith, Red 13 Wedge, and I'm like, I forgot I hate these things.
You mean like big parts of the game?
Hey man, big parts of the game can be bad.
I don't think any big parts of the
Kate
game are
Sith's
bad,
dungeon,
except the
and
ending
I'm
isn't
jumping
great,
ahead. Temple of the Ancients might be.
Okay, we'll get to it. I'm gonna keep us moving.
Yeah, keep us moving, you host.
Shinra Manor, Vincent. I love that they know that Vincent's a loser. It's so good. It's
also
so
really cool though.
when he is speaking through his fucking muffled casket, and he's like,
That was so good.
and you just hear him snoring if you go and talk to him again. I love that they know that he is cool despite the fact that he is a massive loser. I was really worried that they were just gonna play into like the edgelord fantasy, and I'm glad that they don't, and that he's also kind of just like a little freak. And that makes me very happy.
Little freak of nature.
What did you guys think of
Kate
Vincent?
and Red are there, and Vincent's the
Cringe.
weirdest guy in the party.
Yeah,
And they leaned into that.
yeah, I like it.
Vincent's one of my favorites ever. He's so good and
That fight is really good.
The fight's really good.
Man, OJ was like, something like, oh man, this fight's really difficult coming up, and so I knew there'd be a boss fight at the end, and that cutscene leading up to it, I like had to pause the game and sit in silence for a few seconds when I had the realization that like I'm about to fight Vincent.
Yeah.
And it was so good. The song was great, and I loved the magic effect being the same effect as Nero's fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like both being the chaos magic, and honestly the music being pretty similar too.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite fight in the game, probably.
Does anybody have anything? Okay, so like they leave, we get the Roche fight, which I think is pretty fun. It made me very sad when he turned into one of the fuck. Hey, where do they get those robes from? They just kind of spawn. They just kind of spawn on them. It's
Don't worry
pretty
about
great.
it.
So on the docket now, we just have other side quests / open world stuff / Gilgamesh. What's up? Yeah, but like I feel like we talked about Glenn all that we need to at the beginning. Like, unless you guys have anything else you want to add about Glenn, I tried to just kind of get it out at the top there. I feel like
I think it was very good. But I do like they purposely make it not entirely clear if this is like which world this is in at first, so you're like wondering where this is happening. But yeah, I really like the declaration of war as it is. I'm very curious to see where that goes, but don't really get any conclusion to that in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have any big thoughts about anything outside of the main story through the end now. I think the Gilgamesh stuff on the island is cool.
Love that fight. It is so good.
I think that the traversal around the ocean, while like clearly like a first, like this is the first time they're doing this kind of open world traversal, I think it's a good indicator of like what a really massive step up could be like in the third game. So I think I
honestly
like
doing that exploration, it felt like doing the exploration with the Bronco in the original game. Like, where it's not like the most exciting thing ever, but it's fun being able to drive from place to place.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to go from Costa del Sol to Junon.
Yeah. Also realize how slow that cruise ship is.
Yeah, it's very slow. SBOJ, any big thoughts before we just start talking about the rest of the story?
No.
I would say one thing about Gilgamesh, I really liked the reference to Bart's.
Yeah. So the dates, I talked about the Aerith date already. I think it's really good. I talked about why I think it's very relevant.
Nope. Tifa
Honestly,
date's best date.
No.
Yes.
It's very good. Fairy date's also good. Red date's great.
Yes. I've seen Red's date.
Now you've not seen Yuffie's date.
I've not seen Yuffie's date.
Okay.
Or the boys' night date. I haven't seen that one either.
That one's honestly not that good.
Oh, that's disappointing.
They all hate each other.
Oh.
It's literally just them being sad, and by the end of the Ferris wheel, they're all sitting there mad at each other, except Vincent, who's literally fell asleep.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait to watch that. That's really good. You guys have been hyping up this Yuffie date.
I don't think it's that big a deal.
Okay.
Me and the Egg watched through all the dates in the 3-hour-long video.
Uh-huh.
Had.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because they met in Crisis Core.
Yeah.
When the blonde guy came.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right,
That's
Aggro,
true,
when
yeah.
the blonde guy.
When the blonde guy came. Oh, man. But yeah, she talks about how, like, she met...
Cloud really can't catch a fucking break, can he? Well, everybody likes Zach more than him.
She talked about how she had a crush on that, like, a soldier as a kid, or at least she thinks he was, and that, like...
That's funny.
She didn't realize it at the time until eventually she went, I liked him. And also she mentions how she specifically trained to beat his ass, is the quote.
All right, Game 3 is going to go crazy.
In the intimate version of the scene, she does the punch thing, and Cloud like does the fake reaction.
I did see that. I
So
thought that was really good.
It's so good. Well, I think that's a fun little addition. I don't think it's that big a deal.
No, it's not a big deal, but it's a fun addition. We get the arena fights, the fight for naming rights.
Oh man, that rap.
The rap is so good. It shouldn't go as hard as it does, but it does. I love Scotch and Koch so much. The fights are good. The fight I like the rematch with Rude and Elena.
When they pull out the bench and the
that's
benches.
funny.
It's so good.
The Rufus fight is the hardest fight in the whole game.
Probably. I was like, I remember when they were pulling up in the helicopter and like getting really excited because I was kind of worried they wouldn't do another Rufus fight because
I love how he comes in too. The way he comes in is really cool. Like he's like waving to the adoring public. It's really great. And
the start of his song having like chanting in it.
Yeah.
And I like that it's the opposite of last time. His dog comes in the second phase rather than leaving.
I think what makes him so difficult is that he's inconsistent on when he reloads.
I like there is some sort of pattern. I just don't know what it is.
Because I feel like I found the pattern and then he didn't do it.
Well, I think it's probably like the chain of attacks lead to like X like leads to a reload. My thought process is that, and this is we're getting really into the weeds here, is that there's a number that he needs to reach, and that each attack he uses has a corresponding value, and so it's not necessarily that he needs to use 2 abilities, but it's more like the numbers attached to the abilities need to equal a certain value before he reloads. I think it's also, probably how it works. I'd like to point out here something I saw someone else point out in that they fixed this in Rebirth, there was an exploit against, or a very easy way to beat Rufus in the first game, which is you stop.
Oh,
And then just Braver. He's immune.
That's
He's
funny.
not immune to it, so it's literally stop, Braver, dead.
that's funny.
But you can't
That's
do that
really
now.
funny.
So good to know now.
Yeah, I liked the fight here, but definitely was like the most difficult for me. OJSB, did you guys have trouble with Rufus?
No, I beat him first try.
I beat him on my first
scared.
try, SB, but I beat him like it was the hardest fight, even though it was only one try. Like
I don't remember, like, I figured out the reload mechanic pretty easily, and I just don't remember what it
like
was.
an
Really? That's crazy, because I
Yeah.
feel like I never figured it out. I feel like sometimes he would reload when I was, like, certain that he wasn't going to. So it was weird.
I don't remember how I figured it out, but I figured it out.
And
Kate Sith-
shocking news: Kate Sith has betrayed us.
yeah, I think that scene is fine. I think it's fun.
Unforeseen.
It works.
I love that they kick him out of the party.
Yeah.
Like, that always felt weird in the original. No, in the original, they go, "We're gonna kick you out of the party," and he says, "Actually, I'm holding Marlene and Elmira hostage.
Yeah.
Here is their voice. They're crying
Yeah.
and screaming. You're gonna keep me in part of the party." And then they just eventually go, "Oh man, what a good guy, Kate Sith, our friend."
Yeah.
And I'm very happy they kicked him out here for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it worked really well for his character and for the group as a whole.
And it leads to the best part of Temple of the Ancients.
Oh.
I'm gonna say this right now. I love that little cat running past everybody. As the temple's falling apart and everybody's trying to get the fuck out, that little cat is going in. And I just think there's something great about that. Temple of the Ancients. Espy, you had thoughts about Temple of the Ancients, but I cut you off because we weren't there yet. But we're here now. So speak.
Might be the worst dungeon in the game.
Wrong.
It overstays its welcome.
I agree.
No.
The fucking flipping mechanic was bad enough by itself.
Okay,
and
I
then
don't know about
Aerith's prayer stuff was bad enough
I
by
don't know
itself.
about that. I really liked
No,
the prayer mechanic.
Aerith's prayer stuff was fine, but it was just done poorly. That you do not need to hold triangle every time you want to absorb every little materia around you, or whatever you want to call it. And also, the range was not big enough. If they would have made the range bigger, and sitting there having to hold triangle when something is just out of range, so you have to move over to another spot and hold triangle again to get one little blip is just fucking stupid, especially in 2024 when, like, God, just make it easy. Just like a big round circle, have flowers spread from Aerith and grab it, and we're good. But no, you have to sit there and I'm gonna pray every fucking time.
It didn't really bother me.
No.
Yeah.
But it's a 3-second thing a lot. That's the thing is, it's fine if it's like a short section, but the fact that it's like, it's a pretty lengthy section. It's got a good amount of time to it, and you have to do it every time is just not good. It's just not good.
I do agree. I think Temple of the Ancients goes on for a little too long. I think it's about as long as all of Shinra Tower, but I feel like it's not as varied in terms of locale as Shinra Tower feels. So I got kind of bored of the visuals
saying.
By the end of it. But yeah, I like the trials are so sad. They made me cry.
Trials are probably, if I had to really think about it, probably my favorite part of the game.
Aerith's trial in particular is like
Aerith's trial is the best scene in the game.
It
Like,
probably
that one
is.
had me crying.
I
think they're all really good. I love the idea of someone never having no clue who Nero is playing that.
Yeah.
But like they were all fantastic. I wasn't a big on Red's one, but OJ loves it.
I think Red's is good. I think Tifa's is rough because we've revisited it so many times already.
See, I was talking to Egg about that, of like, they did a really good job here for me. I mean, I can see why you think differently, but for me, they did a great job of the fact that this has to be their conclusion for now. It cannot be the end of their character arc. A lot of
Yeah,
other pieces
yeah.
of media will do that, like
Yeah.
here, but this cannot be the end for any of them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we got a whole game left. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get some more stuff with the Cetra.
Mm-hmm.
And
I wanna say right before that though,
Yeah.
the moment I was like, not sure that Aerith would die, but was it when Sung and Aerith have that conversation when he's gotten stabbed.
Yeah.
And she says specifically the line, I never hated you.
Yeah.
That was immediately.
It gives him closure before.
Sung and Aerith will never see each other again ever because Sung needs that closure with Aerith to like finish out his character arc. And man, I really love Sung. I think he's a fantastic character. And I hope they do something interesting with him in the third game because in original 7 he never appears again.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope he gets some screen time.
I saw pretty early on like she's probably gonna die. I feel like they foreshadow it a lot, and they do it like especially right after the fucking the trial scene. She gives the biggest death flag ever.
Yeah, most of it though is foreshadowing the. Is she gonna live or is she gonna die? Who knows? It was that scene with Sung that was you wouldn't do that in this game if they were going to meet again.
Yeah, I felt pretty certain she was dead. But we go through. They get the black materia or the fake black materia. Cloud is losing it. Kaseth sacrifices himself. Pretty good scene, except he's a robot. I love he just pops back up at the end.
Mm-hmm. And hey, Cloud wasn't in the middle of beating up Aerith, so the scene works much better.
No,
shockingly enough.
Yes. And then crazy shit happens. Sephiroth shows up, and I've seen people that are like, "Well, he has meteor. Why can't he?"
That.
But like, also,
the more I think about it, that materia he has is fake.
It's fake, and even if he did have materia there, it's not him.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point.
He has to have an actual physical body to do it.
Is that it's like it? That's why it needs to go to Northern Crater. He can't use it until he gets there.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't understand why people aren't like. Yeah.
I do like him like giving it back to Cloud.
Yeah,
though.
I think that's such a
like
good.
Tossing it to him and like, now bring it to me.
He wants to prove that he has control of Cloud, and I love that. I love that he's like, look what I can do.
Yeah.
This is where things get really weird. We get the scene with Aerith.
Multiple scenes with Zack.
And well, what's weird is after all of this, the rest of the party's like, what happened? Aerith said Sephiroth attacked you, and I'm like, you were all standing right
they
there.
couldn't see because of all the whispers and stuff.
I guess they were. I mean, like the Gungaga reactor was one thing because like nobody was really up there except for Tifa. But this one, it feels like it was stretching my disbelief just a little bit too far.
I thought
that nobody saw anything. Especially because, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's weird. Like to the point where I'm not sure that they're like I'm not sure it's the same people. Like I'm not sure that Cloud didn't just get thrown into a world where something different happened, and they're like, hey, we didn't see it because fucking it's different.
No.
Like, I know that that's not the case, but it's so ridiculous that they don't, that I'm like, in the moment, I was like, what the fuck is happening? How did they not see this? Like, it's very contrived.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I didn't have too much issue with it. It's them not, like, they don't want you to have to think about that. They just want to go, don't worry about they didn't see anything.
I'm going to.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I understand. I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing, but I can see where you're coming from.
We get all the scenes, like you said. We get the date scene with Aerith, where who's this? Do you think the Aerith?
Yeah, I mean,
in this scene?
This is Aerith. Well, At this point, again, once you get to Temple of the Ancient, Aerith is.
Who was
connected to
Aerith
the
talking
Lightstream.
to in Junon? Sorry, in
Red.
her room.
Red.
Was it Red?
Yeah,
Yes.
he walks out afterwards.
No, but it seems too obvious.
It's his
that-
real voice.
It's his actual voice.
That's
Oh,
the setup
I-
that they're doing, is that his voice is different.
Oh, okay, I just don't remember it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I don't, because like she acts so different.
But,
Like in
Okay,
the
so-
dream, she acts different than both Temple Aerith and the Aerith we've had for the entire journey. Like,
okay, no, okay, that's the thing. Is that this is Aerith who remembers everything with detail 1000%. Then there is our Aerith who we have through most of this game who doesn't remember any of it. She doesn't have any future knowledge. Her connection to the life stream has been cut off, seemingly by Sephiroth, the Whispers, yada yada. The white materia is empty. And then she gets the like in Remake, where she remembered some things, she had a vague sense of what was happening, but she like seemingly didn't remember details all the time, at least. And that seems to be where they're at in Temple of the Ancients, and as you journey further into Temple of the Ancients, she seems to remember more and more. And there's specifically the moment when she talks to Sephiroth, and it's she has a echo effect on her voice.
yeah,
For some
yeah,
of
she
it,
does.
saying it's not fully her saying it.
Yeah.
But it ends with that saying the "you're wrong" in
Yeah.
her own voice. She
Yeah.
knows by that point. At least,
Yeah.
it's vague, I guess.
But that's I would come to the same
But
conclusion.
she
on
knows
that.
by this point, and they are not the same entity, I guess. But like at this point, but they're the same person.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
You know. We'll move on.
My reading of the dream, I think this is a third Aerith. I think
No.
I think this is an Aerith whose world was doomed, and this is her holy that gets like fucking transferred between worlds, and Sephiroth kills her, and
Now-
that's because this is a different world. This is not the one that Zack is in,
No.
because Stamp is different. So I think
See,
that this is a
My assumption is that we assume it was like, I guess I said Sephiroth. But if I'm willing to change my mind, to be clear. This is not 1000%. My assumption currently is that it is Aerith who took the white materia, like the who emptied it, and her whispers that emptied it, and she is hiding there with it.
I don't know. I think
Because Sephiroth specifically says, so this is where you were hiding.
yes. I think so. My interpretation is Sephiroth did it because when Cloud comes back with the white materia, Sephiroth is like, I'm not supposed to fucking be here. Like, that's hey, fuck you. And my interpretation of that is he's like, I worked so hard last game to get rid of it, and you're just gonna cheat and get one from a different world? What the fuck? I think, like, and I understand your reading of it too, but I think the reading that I'm on right now is that this is like a different Aerith whose world is doomed, and the implication of all of this is that Sephiroth is just fucking killing Aerith wherever. Like,
I don't know. For me, like, I guess it could
like
be.
her
It
death is
doesn't-
inevitable. She always dies.
Just like Thanos.
Theoretically, I can see that. I don't think. Maybe the body is technically a third Aerith, but the whole thing is that, like, once Aerith is connected to the life stream, they might as well be one person. Like, they're one singular
here's-
entity.
I don't think they're gonna do that because thematically, I think that is a contrast to because that's kind of Genova's thing. Like
What?
the idea of like
Well, Aerith and Genova's wrong, obviously.
like yeah, Aerith Genova. I like thematically, right? The idea of essentially overriding the will of another and entering into
But it's not. It's that
but it's too close. It's not exactly, but it's along this. I don't think that. I think my current theory, and I'm not saying like that this is absolutely what's going to happen. I think thematically what they're going to play at is that Aerith is operating through goodness and like through like I'm not gonna force you to do things, but I'm gonna give you information and I'm gonna like work with you. And Sephiroth is dominating all of the Sephiroth. Like he's like, no, I'm not gonna work with you. I'm taking control. I'm doing it myself. And I think thematically that's what they're gonna play with when they finally come to a head. And I think that Livestream White kind of talks about that too. And she talks about how like she doesn't want to do it the way that Sephiroth is doing it.
Yeah.
And so that's just my reading on it right now.
Well, that was to me like the conflict she had in the original game too, of like, you know, it worked that way. And for me, it's more of the simplicity's sake, and not that it's simple in any way whatsoever, but the like, if there are multiple Aeriths, then there have to be multiple conclusions to Aeriths. Like, I think at this point, at the end of the game, there is one singular Aerith entity that has the memories of all of them together, whatever, it doesn't matter.
I could see it. I wouldn't like that. I think thematically, I really would not like that.
How so?
Because again, I think it's too close to the Genova thing. I think that it strips out individuality. It just kind of is like, I don't like the idea of like.
I think that's leaning into the people are their memories sort of like theming.
I guess.
And the power of memories and the materia specifically.
I get like I don't think it wouldn't make sense. Like I if it happened, I'd be like, logically this follows. I still would not like it in terms of just like, I think that it's important that Aerith is many. I think that's the difference between her and Sephiroth, is she is many and she is like, she is cooperation and working with other people, and Sephiroth wants to be God. He wants to dominate. He wants total control of everything.
I don't know. I'm thinking of like the actual logistics of it. Of like, Aerith is now a thing that is in the life stream. She's not like a person. She is a collection of memories in the life
in a
stream.
way, so is Sephiroth.
Yeah, and that's why I think there's one Sephiroth.
Yeah, but I think that like I understand logistically, but I think thematically, I think the theme of it is more important than logistics, because like they don't give a fuck about if anything makes sense. Like it like none of the ending makes any sense. So you don't have to like it like you don't like if Aerith, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, that doesn't like as long as it thematically tracks, I don't care if it's like doesn't totally track with the rules that they're or whatever that they're establishing, because the rules that they're establishing don't make a whole lot of sense to begin with. Because
it's a mystery and you're supposed to go, oh wow, I wonder how that makes.
I don't think they're gonna explain it any better in the third game. I think it is a plot device.
I'll disagree on that, but like, I don't know. That's the one. And now the more I think about it, the more I'm like, nah, I can't agree with you on that. They're one entity at the end of the game. It doesn't. They're from a plot perspective. You're not going to have these. How to put it? Aerith doesn't like. They don't disagree. If that makes any sense. If you have two Aeriths, they're just going to be two Aeriths that have the same thoughts. Like they went through the same character arc.
No, that's not how free will works. Like you can still make other choices. Like we see that Zack makes multiple choices. Like those Zacks did different things. They chose different things that were most important to them. Like they chose between Cloud, Biggs.
That's why I don't think we're
Aerith.
going to have multiple Aeriths. Is that like at this point, you can't. If you have multiple Aeriths, there have to be multiple conclusions to multiple Aeriths character arcs. And at this point, I think it's too much to throw in at the start of the third game.
I don't know that they need to resolve all of them. I think it's just, I think you just need, like, you don't need to introduce them all. Like, we saw, like, if I'm, like, my imagining of this being a third Aerith, she's done. There you go, resolved. She got killed by Sephiroth. So now we're back down to there only being two.
Now she's back into the life stream entity.
Yeah, but then Aerith. It all falls apart if you think about it too hard like that. Because then, like, why is she able to do something
everyone
now? But
returns
like,
to the live stream.
okay, but then OG should never ever happen.
How do you mean?
Because it should always be remake. Because she always ends up returning to the live stream, and she always ends up doing this thing. And like, if you think about it too hard, it doesn't work. Like,
yeah, it does work.
because OJ, sorry, OJ.
Wow, I can't believe you did that.
OG can never happen if you're following that train of thought. Because
It can
at
if
the
OG
end,
is the first time.
but it's not, because that's not how time works. Like, if the idea is that it's an infinite cycle, there is no beginning.
Okay, that's the beginning of the cycle is the beginning of the universe
But there's no,
in OG,
no,
and then it
that's
loops
not.
after.
If
Why?
infinite is because it's infinite.
It started somewhere.
No, that's the problem with time travel in infinite loops is that it doesn't start somewhere, and then you get into
you
the
just say
like,
it
the
did,
problem of it.
and then it works.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I think even beyond that, thematically, for me, that's the most important thing. I would not
could
like
not disagree
Aerith.
more. The Aeriths all have the same character conflict and the same character arc. There's no point in making them multiple characters.
Yeah, I would not like that at all. I think it would send a really bad message.
They doesn't send any bad message.
It's like individualism is important. Like, not.
But they are an individual. They're the same individual.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to make the same choices.
But they're the same individual now.
But Zack didn't make the same choice every time. They show us that.
Yes, because they.
All right, let's move on.
Now that they returned to the live stream, they're the same individual.
You're actually upsetting me right now, so let's just move on.
You are upsetting me.
Because yeah, let's not do this right now. Because, I think.
But then Sephiroth would be multiple people.
Yes, and he's dominating them because that's his whole thing.
Which one?
OG, whoever is the strongest. Like, that is his whole thing, is he wants to control people. You're my puppet. Cloud, you are not a person. You are my puppet.
Okay, but
you have
once
no
they return
individuality.
To the live stream, it's all the same, except for Aerith and Sephiroth. Seemingly,
I don't think we have enough. Like, I don't think we have enough to go on in terms. Like, I think like the plot doesn't really give us enough to figure out what's happening, and so you need so that's not as important as making sure that thematically things work. Because the plot really probably isn't going to work no matter what. It's always going to be a little weird. And so, to me, if it's always going to be a little weird and you're always going to be like, this doesn't super work, like, I don't really know what you're trying to do here, then you got to make sure that you're hitting the theme. And I think that an Aerith that is just like one and all-encompassing and there's no individuality there I think that is thematically pretty bad.
I don't know. They haven't done that with any other character. Cloud's asleep the whole time because it doesn't he's just Cloud. And when he wakes up, he's Cloud. And they haven't done that with any other character. Even seemingly Elmira and Marlene, they only focus on one.
Yeah, but that doesn't. So wait. So does that mean that Elmira and Marlene, when the Zack storyline starts happening, the ones in our world disappear, or they just fall asleep?
No,
that doesn't make any sense. Like that. No, they've presumably Elmira and Marlene are still doing things in this universe. Whatever's happening with Aerith and Cloud is weird.
Okay, the last time I'll be done after this. I'm stuck on the. You have to have a conclusion then to multiple Aeriths.
I think you only need to have a conclusion to as many Aeriths as you introduce.
And they'll not introduce any more than one because it doesn't matter. The audience doesn't care about more than one. So if you introduce a new one, you have to make them care about them separately from the one that is the Aerith we know theoretically.
I don't think they give a fuck. I mean, I think you can the whole point of the Zack scene is don't worry about it. There's infinite of these. Don't think about it.
That's not the point of
that
Zack scene at all.
Yeah, here, look, it could happen there, or there. He could go any which way. It makes a million worlds. Don't think too hard about it. It doesn't really matter.
That's not the point of that scene at all.
Okay. What's the point of that scene?
The point of that scene is that no matter what, Zack's going to try to fight against fate.
Yes, I mean that's also the point of that scene, but they're also showing us that it's infinite. and that there's always going to be more. Like don't think too hard about it. Like they don't need to do that many times and show us that many different stamps to show us that that Zack is always going to fight against fate. Like they really only need to do it like once or twice. They do it like 3 times. 4 if you include his original death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, that is
they would never introduce a plot point that is don't think about it.
I
So, like,
totally disagree.
Okay, so here's where so I think the frequency at which they show Stamp, like the different versions of Stamp, gives off the implication to me that like it's done to such a degree in the ending there where they show a lot of versions of it that it feels like you don't like they're not expecting you to like keep track of all those stamps, right? I don't think they want you to like go into the weeds of how this all works. At least not yet. I don't know. Like
I don't think they should. I think it's smarter for them not to. This stuff always falls apart when you try to explain it too much. Like they're not going to be the magical exception that gets it, that does it good. Like
I also
it always
think
falls apart.
I also think it's just like I don't know. Like I really like the ending, right? Like I really love the final chapter.
But not even to the ending.
But like
No, this is the whole.
this is basically a thing. It's basically a thing. Like I think the only real issue I have with this ending is like I don't know, it's not even really like a problem, it's just like in hindsight, I guess. Just like they try to explain things, right? And like they try to like make alright, so like I think the biggest problem I have is probably the scene with Cloud and Sephiroth and in the true nature of reality. Where like I don't know. Like they're trying to illustrate how it works to an extent, but they also don't want you to like I don't know.
I mean, they want it to still be a question mark. So
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think they want to solve it next game. I think that like Anyways, SP, do you have any thoughts on this? Everybody has heard Aggro and I's thought over and over again at this
God,
point.
I did not think about anything this much in the game. Like nothing wrong with that you guys did, but I'm like, wow, like this is crazy. I wonder what's gonna happen next.
Also, I think SP, I think that's like,
oh no!
I dropped my phone.
Oh my god!
I have no thoughts. I have no
I
thoughts.
think
that's
like,
how
I can't
most-
wait.
Yeah,
people
that's exactly
interact
how
with it.
most of the players are going to react to it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think, and that's kind of why I think, like, that kind of plays into what you think, Sean, where, like, they have all these different stamps. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's kind of going into, like, at least, like, the general idea that, like, you don't have to, like, think about branching realities or anything. Like, you don't have to go that far into it to get into what we want to like, show you, which we don't even know yet. But, like, that's the impression I got.
Yeah. And I think they're just better off not doing it. Like I said, it never works. Like, they already have something that doesn't make sense.
They will go into it, at least to an extent, because they have to.
Like, they don't, though. Because they can just
Zack
hand-wave
is still an active character. Aerith is still an active character. Cloud can see the rift in space-time or whatever the hell
But you
it is.
don't have to be like, this is specifically how it works. Like,
They have to an extent. Even if it's just in passing, it's still going to get a little bit more explanation than it has now.
You know,
like, we're already at the point where Zack's world doesn't really make sense. Like, they're just gonna make it worse if they try to. And I don't think they want to do that.
What would be kind of cool, I just kind of thought about it, is, I mean, I have no expectation they're gonna actually do this, but, like, what if in the third game, right? Whenever you control Cloud, the skybox changes.
That's good. I like that.
To show the tier.
I do hope the skybox, at least until Meteor shows
absolutely.
up, has the rift in it. the whole time.
Absolutely. So Cloud gets back to our world. He now has the filled up holy. from the other world. They approach Forgotten Capital, where Aerith is praying.
Wait,
Aerith's... Yeah?
he doesn't have. He has the empty one.
Yeah, they exchange.
He came
Right.
back from the world. He gave it to Aerith. Aerith gave him the empty one.
Yes, and then they go... Yes, she has the full one now in Forgotten Capital.
Yeah.
They arrive, Sephiroth shows up, the boundaries of fate, fuck you, slash in the sky. A bunch of Whispers show up, both the White Whispers and the Black Whispers are like, fuck you guys.
No, I have a question, John.
Yes.
My interpretation of what is happening is the confluence of worlds, as Sephiroth calls it, is the thing that fills the black materia.
I don't know, maybe.
Because he specifically says it's hidden between worlds.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the confluence of emotion and, like, lost chief among them.
Actually, I agree that, I don't know if the confluence of, okay, hang on, I think I'm putting it, I think the confluence of worlds is important.
Because the thing is, if this wasn't important to Sephiroth and his goals, he would be actively trying to avoid Aerith doing this.
So I think you're right that, like, we're talking about how materia is like emotion and memories and stuff. So I think you're right that the black materia is fueled by those painful emotions. My furthering that, my guess would be then that Sephiroth's plan is to do this now because it's the most tragic moment.
I agree. Yeah,
and he wants to. So
he's like he made this moment where. However it works, whatever, we'll find out in the mechanics in future game. But he saved her, but he didn't save her. And it's not even just Cloud, it's also Zack and all the other worlds. And this is such an important moment that it's a confluence of so many worlds and so many emotions, as he says, that it's the thing that filled the empty thing he has.
Yeah.
Though the only thing is then, like, what was the plan originally? Because he didn't plan on having... Well, maybe... No, he probably did plan on having the empty materia. Never mind.
And then Aerith dies.
Or does she?
Aerith dies in his arms.
Or does she?
Like Zack did. And he creates a new reality to avoid it like he did with Zack.
He created a new reality?
Like in his mind. Well, yes. What do you... Like, come on. You know what I mean.
I know. I'm kidding.
I think that it's very relevant that, and I found this out today, when you start the fight, Cloud's the only one without his limit break.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that she's alive.
He thinks she's alive.
Yeah. He thinks she's alive.
I
think Aerith is dead.
He created another world where she lived.
Yes.
And even Tifa sees it. They go to, like, they make sure they plan the camera so Tifa's POV is seeing Aerith both alive and dead.
Is she or...
It's only for that static, but I'll show you
They
that
do.
one scene later.
He is right. He is right.
I thought there was still
Tifa's
blood
POV.
on her in that scene when Tifa's looking.
They flash
It's
between
blood
both.
and then it's
Does
not.
it flash between them?
Yeah.
Only for
It's-
Tifa, though. And probably because of the weapon stuff earlier, I would guess, is why she can see.
What I think is interesting is we're flashing to the original game during this.
When?
Cloud, we're flashing between the Cloud that is here and the Cloud that gives his speech in the original game.
Well, that's the thing, like, I don't know.
Like, in the moment, he is giving the speech, but we can't hear it.
Yeah.
But it keeps flashing to a version of him that isn't saying it.
Yeah. I still, like, to me, I think Cloud is, like, he is simultaneously in two different universes.
Yeah.
And, like, I think a big part of his character arc is eventually going to be picking the one where they'll win versus the one where Aerith is alive.
Yes.
I
mean, okay, I guess, like, yeah, she might be alive. I just don't think it matters, because I think what they're going for is that Aerith always needs to die. So if she didn't die there, she's gonna die later.
See,
like,
I think I mean, this is where now getting to full theory territory of, like, Aerith's character arc is not over.
Yeah.
They don't end it. And so, to me, I'm thinking, how are they going to possibly end her character arc? Because it's not over. And, like, a big thing they lean into is her her, her self, like, don't want to say self-hatred, but, like, lack of confidence in herself, I guess, is a version of it. But, like, her line in the original of, I guess I'll give up. It's what I'm good at.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Like, that line's always stuck with me. And, I think they lead into it more with her giving up at trying to find someone to help her mom. And I don't know where it'll go with this. It's just, like, for me, that Aerith's my favorite character by far.
Yeah.
And so I want to know what they're going to do with her. And to me, that is her biggest character flaw. Is the, like, not trying to find a way to save herself. And being that self-sacrificial.
Well,
not trying to find a way to save
her
herself.
last skill. she just killed herself.
Yeah. Noble sacrifice.
So interesting. You feel about that? That's how I felt about Noctis. Interestingly. Aerith is my favorite character as well. Hey, I'm gonna be clear with you guys. I don't like this. I think. Let's get through the rest of the ending, and then I don't like the ending. I like the ending. I don't like parts of the ending. Fucking whatever happens.
Genova,
great fight with the music playing in the background. It's awesome.
Really
I loved
version.
it.
That song is
really
really
good.
20 minutes long.
We get the best boss fight in video game history, where every single person.
Oh, yeah. That one. Never mind.
No, yeah, just it's this whole thing is every single person matters. No, I mean this whole stretch is the best, where we're jumping between. Sometimes it's some people, sometimes it's other people. Like,
and they use the weird stat thing that the remake did. No clue how it works.
Zack shows up, and we get a cool scene with them together.
Oh man, when they do the "Embrace Your Dreams" speech, I was losing my mind.
I really liked it. Our friend Mike did point out that, like, it doesn't really make sense for Cloud to say that.
It didn't really make sense
like,
for Cloud
to say that. It's a little out of character.
No, it's not. It is not at all out of character. That is Cloud was there when he made that speech originally.
Yeah.
Cloud was in the audience. That's one of the scenes he flashes back to is Zack talking to him. Like in Advent Children, one of the scenes he flashes back to is Zack talking to him right before he gives that speech.
Yeah.
That's a big moment for that's a thing Cloud would remember. Even if he doesn't remember. It's it's there.
I'm not surprised that he remembers it. I think it's a little weird that he it's so clearly Zack's thing. It's a little weird they have Cloud do it too.
I disagree heavily.
The idea of heart as a soldier. Big fight scene, very cool. OG Aerith is possibly protecting Zack during it. It seems like she gives
seemingly.
that portal for him. Sephiroth, it seems, sent Zack to a world where he's
Meteor was about to strike.
Yeah, he's like, fuck you, go die.
Yeah.
And Aerith saves him. The fight, we get to the actual final fight where Cloud is somewhere. And
Edge
Sephiroth is also, is that Edge of Creation?
It's Edge of Creation, then Aerith comes in and makes it a big white plane.
Okay.
Whatever.
Right. And then what I think is OG Aerith walks out of the fucking portal, escorted by her whispers, and she says something like, "I saw what you tried to do back there, thank you." Indicating it's not the one that just died, because she was not an active participant in it, she was observing it. Because she wouldn't have said, like, "I saw what you tried to do." That is somebody who is observing the events, not participating in them. And her hair is in a different
conversation go on.
And her hair is in a different like spot, or a different it's up instead of down, and also she doesn't have holy in her hair.
I want to point out the might mean nothing, probably means something. When the white materia falls from her hair, it is not green.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which it is in the original, and is meant to indicate that the planet did in fact answer the prayer.
Yeah.
And it specifically, I thought maybe that meant nothing, but in remake, when Cloud meets Aerith and they flash to her death scene, it is very clearly green in that scene. Yeah. So I really do think it means something. Not a clue what.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. It could also be I mean, it could be that. Like, it could be anything. It could be as mundane as like.
They changed the color.
Well,
Because
I
why
don't even
not?
think. I don't think that. I think it could be as mundane as
We'll cut
Cloud.
back. We'll cut back in the third game, and it'll be 2 seconds after we cut from it, and it turned green.
No, I don't even think that. I just think it could be that Cloud is repressing it. They don't
possible.
show. They don't show Cloud do the scene. Like, oh, okay, the fight happens. Sephiroth does his bullshit final move. He loses. Fucks off. Aerith is like, he knows it's not over yet. There's still one more game. We do not see Cloud do the scene in the water. It kind of implies that it happened
Yeah.
because we don't see what happened to the body, and they're sitting on the edge of the water, but we don't actually see it. And I assume that's because they're gonna come back to this moment
Oh, for
next
sure.
game when he realizes that yes, she is dead, and maybe when that happens, he'll also realize that the materia was green and not white.
Yeah,
And,
that's possible.
You know, I kind of feel like that would be a bit of a cop out. It feels like more important than that, but I feel like that's the most mundane answer they could give.
Yeah, it could be the most important piece of info we have, or it could be literally nothing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop in here real quick. I am sitting here doing nothing, and we've been going for 4 hours.
We're almost done.
SB. You're gonna sit here for a little longer.
How much longer? It's a little longer.
A
I'm
little
dying.
bit. Too bad.
And
minutes.
the game. Then we just have to wait for the new game.
No. We're almost done.
Yeah, Cloud still sees her. Everybody else is clearly like, what the fuck is wrong with him? And they leave, and she stays behind, and Cloud is more fucked up than ever,
Oh yeah.
which is
And
great.
he has the black materia in his in the Buster Sword, which
And
I
it was
a really cool
I
animation.
need cool darkness powers,
Oh, absolutely.
please.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll very quickly say what my problem with the ending is, and it's just like, I was talking with this, with somebody. I don't remember who I was talking to this about. But I feel like the clues are there that, you know, there's a bigger story going on, and I wish that they'd use it more. I don't like that everything pretty much ends the same way that it did in OG. Like, I know that they said that was going to be the case. I get it. It still feels to me like a waste of a plotline that I really enjoy and what really made me excited for these remakes. So while I am still really, really enjoying this, I do feel like I would have rather that they went in a more different direction than they seem to have be going in. Maybe third game will be more to my liking, but at that point, it is a little too late for me. I would have rather it started to happen here. Mostly because, and like, I could understand if, like, I guess technically this is the game that, like, shows us that yes, we weren't crazy, something is actually happening, but I felt pretty confident after Remake, so I feel like I didn't need that reassurance. I can understand that maybe they felt that, like, not everybody picked up on it at the end of Remake, and so they need a game to kind of spell out what's happening before they can really dive into it, but to me, it just kind of feels... It's not as exciting an ending as I would have liked. Yeah. Anybody have any big thoughts about the ending?
Yeah, I'll give mine. I think they did the most interesting thing they could have done to me, which is they didn't kill her or not kill her. The only thing I could not have seen coming is the middle ground of, I don't know.
It's the centrist of video games.
It's
It's the rise of Skywalker of video games.
But I'm very happy personally they did not try to go for the same exact thing as original. Don't get me wrong, I would have been very happy to at the end they went, actually Cloud deflected his sword and Zack helped him and showed up and is here and part of the party and Aerith lived. Like, that would have been awesome. But, I mean, obviously I figured that would never happen. I'm just very happy they didn't go for the exact same thing, because, again, I very much view these remakes, even if they're not sequels, as things that I'm experiencing them having played the original, and so I don't want the exact same emotion all the like for this scene in particular, I wanted it to be different, and they made it different in the most interesting way to me. Like,
I have to say very quickly, this is the largest olive branch you've ever extended to me.
Huh?
Phrasing it all as like, to me, like you're like, this is the most interesting thing they could do to me, and not just like.
Well, if I say you're wrong and I hate you, it comes off bad. So
Yeah, exactly. So I appreciate that you phrased it in this way instead. Thank you.
Obviously, I would like to add that with the statement of everything I've said is correct, and only my opinion is the right one. And I'm very, very excited for the third game, and I'm very, very interested to see both where the stuff from the original goes, due to how the plot is structured and what we have left to do. Means even if they, at the end of this game, went, actually everything will be exactly as it was in the original, it wouldn't be, because you have way too much you have to completely restructure and add in the weapon fights. Like Rocket Town and Wu Tai have to be part of the main plot now. Like even if it was just that, it'd still be different enough that I'd be very excited for it. But with the added stuff, I cannot wait to see what they do with Cloud. I am honestly the thing I'm most excited for in the third game. I want to see what Aerith's character arc conclusion is, because I have absolutely no idea. Everyone else, I have an idea. It's gonna end pretty similar to original. Red's probably the only other one. I have no idea what they're gonna do with Red and his character arc, but I also don't know what they're gonna do with Aerith or Zack or Sephiroth, and I'm very excited for that. Good video game, guys.
OJ SP?
I can't wait for the third game. I don't want to form thoughts.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
No, really, like, I am very much like I don't want to say like of the opinion, because that implies like, oh, it's wrong to do, but like, I'm not a theory crafter. I'm not like a thinker about things. Like, I play the game. If nothing stands out to me, it will when they want it to. Like, I don't get into like, I think this means this.
Like,
just because like
it's a sickness. It won't.
No,
stop.
like I said, I wish I could, but I'm just like, I'm at
my brain off.
I'm just like, oh, okay, like, I don't know what's happening here, and like, if I did digging, I probably could figure it out, but I just don't have the mental fortitude to figure it out. So I'm just excited for the next game. I'm excited for them to tell me what to think, and I'll enjoy the game for what it is.
You can't wait to go watch your favorite YouTuber so that they can give you your opinion that you're gonna.
Shout out to Maximilian, dude. I love Maximilian, dude.
I'm not to say the name. It's at the end of our podcast.
I love Maximilian, dude. No, I love his videos. I've been watching him forever. He's great.
I do have to bring this up because I need to hear OJ and
Sean, I want to take a shower. Sean, I want to take a shower. It's been 4 hours.
Maximilian dude's theory.
Okay.
The Aerith we see at the end, he thinks it is Genova tricking Cloud.
I don't know what to think of that.
Sean.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think of that. I do know that I love Maximilian, dude, as a YouTuber and as a streamer.
They're not gonna undercut the ending of this game like that.
Don't you know Aerith is the bad guy, Aggro?
Oh my! I hate to be clear, that'd be awesome. Aerith boss fight would be awesome.
It'd be very cool
if they do go down the route of Aerith, like, words are hard at this point. But if like Cloud and Zack are like, no, we're not gonna let you die this time, and you got an Aerith boss fight, let me tell you, greatest thing to ever happen in human history.
I throw my hijacked I am the captain now podcast back to Espy. Espy, take us home.
Wow, what a riveting and engaging conversation.
I have to listen to this again.
Specifically for me, I was extremely involved this whole time. No, it's hard for me to like throw stuff in when I'm like, again, I just take the game at face value and like I enjoy it. But listening to you guys talk about things that went over my head was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. That being said, if you listened to this whole episode, 1, you need a life. 2, thank you for listening to the whole episode. Aggro and Sean, I'm sure, gave you lots to think about.
Probably not. We really only talked about one thing. Yeah. Just a lot.
Well, yeah.
I think we can all agree, at least you and me, Sean, can agree Aerith's the best.
Yeah, I love Aerith. She's my favorite character.
Is wrong.
If anybody's favorite character isn't Aerith, they're kind of crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, my favorite character is not Aerith. She's great though.
Well, who's your favorite character?
Check, Kate Sith or Red. Honestly, they're good. God, you couldn't pay me to say that again. But yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. You know, we're gonna send it off now.
Thanks, by the way, to OJ, who didn't really want to be on this podcast.
Yeah.
We needed
OJ's a trooper.
We needed an intermediate who wouldn't stop listening after an hour.
And also, OJ played his part perfectly.
Yes,
he did.
Thank you.
Check us out wherever we are. We'll put stuff in the description. I'm making more work for Aggro. Choco-Bros will return soon with Aggro, Swarls, and me playing more original FF7. I think we're going to finish it in a couple streams here. Final Fantasy X is the best Final Fantasy.
True.
And this is normally the part where Swarls would play like the outro, like the...
Oh no, I have to find the sound effect for that.
Yeah. But on that note, take care, be safe, subscribe, like. We'll put the stuff in the description. Gran Turismo 7, really hard game. Having a hard time with it. All right, goodbye, guys.